まもなく Geoeconomics Summit 2026 Geoeconomics in Times of Geopolitical Turbulence を開始いたします。皆様、今しばらくお待ちください。The Geoeconomics Summit 2026 Geoeconomics in Times of Geopolitical Turbulence event will begin shortly. Thank you for your patience.
サプライチェーンを経済安全保障上重要な分野で作り上げるということがきちっとできれば、日本にとっては相対的な経済的な知恵も劇的に次の30年40年になる。
It really comes to the case that how much of the autonomy that we can achieve together with regional partners.
今の動向というのは数ヶ月数年単位ではなくて、私は数十年単位の動きだと思っています。
Most of the Persian Gulf oil goes to the East Asia. So the Asian market is the key. This is the fight between the geopolitics and the geoeconomics and a mixture of that.
皆様、本日は Geoeconomics Summit 2026 Geoeconomics in Times of Geopolitical Turbulence にご参加いただきまして誠にありがとうございます。本日の司会を務めます櫻井沙織と申します。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。Thank you very much for being with us today at today's event Geoeconomics Summit 2026 Geoeconomics in Times of Geopolitical Turbulence. I'm Saori Sakurai, and I'll be your MC for today. It's an honor to be here with you all. まずはじめに、地形学研究所所長、鈴木和人より 開会のご挨拶を申し上げます。同時通訳レシーバーをご希望のお客様は、お近くのスタッフにお声掛けください。To begin, Dr. Kazuto Suzuki, Director of the Institute of Geoeconomics, will be giving the opening remarks. Director Suzuki, if you would please take the stage.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen. This is the third time that we are hosting the Geoeconomics Summit as a flagship of our activities of the Institute of Geoeconomics. We are very fortunate to have this time to gather very distinguished guests and speakers to discuss about the supply chain on energies. Perhaps you all know that things are getting much difficult in Japan, in Asia, and in many other countries, that because of the situation in the Middle East creates a lot of turbulence of the market and the way in which that we conduct our economy. This is part of the geoeconomic activities because the war between Iran and the United States and Israel created a situation where Iran uses the Strait of Hormuz as the geoeconomic weapon to disrupt the international economy and to change the dynamics of the balance of power between the United States, Israel, and Iran. So this is one of the part of what we call geoeconomics, which is the way in which the states use its economy and its forces to use the economy as a weapon. And also we have another panel which is exactly titled as the weaponization of economy. And we are talking about the supply chain and especially the critical minerals and the other trading issues. The trade is, of course, being developed last 80 years because of the free trade. But free trade created a sort of a trap of interdependence. The trap of interdependence means that all the countries are connected to each other, and some of the items are concentrated in a particular country. And these items, which are primarily driven by the economic rationale, is now becoming as a political tool. So, for example, the critical mineral or rare earth is the good example of that. And these use of the trade and economic interdependence now becomes as the part of the international balance of power. So I think we are in the midst of the very geoeconomic time, and the states are now increasingly using and recognizing the importance of the economic relationship as the tools and the forces of their power. So I think this Geoeconomic Summit, which is probably one of the most important gathering of the people who are specialized in geoeconomics and to understand the importance of this supply chain network and energy security. So we are very much looking forward to have a very good discussion, and I hope that this meeting will provide you the ideas of how to survive in this very turbulent time. And I think the title, the geoeconomics in the geopolitical turbulent times, is the very timely, and we are not expected that this is going to be the same day that Mr. Trump is visiting China, and this again is going to be another important issue with regard to the future of the international trade and the use of economic weaponization. So I hope that this will give you a lot of opportunity to discuss, and we have plenty of time to discuss in the foyer and the coffee corners for you to have the opportunities to discuss among yourself and other panelists who are staying around in this meeting. And I hope that you will get back some idea of the geoeconomics in geopolitical turbulence. So please enjoy the meeting, and I hope that you will have something to take away from our meeting. So thank you very much for coming, and looking forward to see you at the end of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suzuki. We will now take a brief moment to reset the stage for the next session. Thank you for your patience. Next on the agenda is panel session 1, Asia and the Global Order, Navigating the New Era of Energy and Supply Chains. Joining us on stage will be Mr. Nobuo Tanaka, CEO of Tanaka Global, Mr. Saleh Abdullah Almana, Assistant Undersecretary for Commercial Affairs, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Qatar, Ms. Jane Nakano, Senior Fellow of Energy Security and Climate Change Program at CSIS. And leading this session will be our moderator, Ambassador Chorhi Park, Special Advisor at the International House of Japan. I kindly ask that today's speakers please take the stage. Now the floor is yours.
Okay, welcome everyone to the Geoeconomics Summit 2026. And thank you for attending this very important initial session on Asia and global order. I'm Cheol Park, Special Advisor at the International House of Japan, and also am a Professor Emeritus at Seoul National University. I'm very pleased and honored to moderate this session. But before we begin this session, I wanted to have some initial context making remarks. The international order, as we have known, is undergoing rapid and deep change. We may say that this is a great transformation. Once, and Carl Polanyi wrote a book called The Great Transformation, but we are undergoing the similar kind of a greater transformation at this moment. Global peace is under serious challenge. In the post-Cold War period, we welcomed the global peace, and we believe that it was induced by the global leader, hegemonic country. We have a theory called the hegemonic stability theory. But what we are experiencing now is a hegemonic instability. the instability and unpredictability are ironically caused by a hegemonic country. And during the post-Cold War period, prosperity was believed to be guaranteed by increasing and deepening interdependence among nations, what we call globalization. However, we are witnessing the other kind of phenomena that is, as the Professor Suzuki mentioned, the weaponization of interdependence. So economic security became the trend of the days. And I ought to say that the globalization is broken. So we are living in the era of broken globalization. The rules-based international order, where international organizations and the international laws are respected, is also retreating very rapidly. What we are experiencing is a rules-breaking international order. So many countries do not regard international law that much seriously. Even they are talking about, they neglected, bypassed, or even when they're working, it's malfunctioning. So the instability, uncertainty, unpredictability became the rules of the game, not exception. Especially when you look at the kind of current international situation, especially after the Iran war. What we are witnessing is a kind of disrupted supply chains of everything, including energy. And then now Asian countries became the kind of the biggest and primary big victim of the energy crisis. So how to adapt it to the situation under this energy crisis and supply chain disruption is critically important, and that we have a daily experience of all disrupted the supply chains and energy crisis. So today, with this context in mind, we are going to address a few questions to how to navigate through this very turbulent period of energy crisis and disrupted supply chain. It is our great honor and pleasure to have all distinguished, renowned panelists from all different places. On my left, we have Mr. Saleh Almana, Assistant Under Secretary for Commercial Affairs at the Ministry of Commerce and Industry from Qatar. And we have the Nobuo Tanaka, a globally known expert on energy. And he's a CEO of the Tanaka Global Incorporation. As you know, he is Executive Director Emeritus of the International Energy Agency, Mr. Energy. And we have Zain Nakano, who is a global specialist in energy security at the CSIS in the United States. I already gave some the common questions to the panelists, but actually you have the freedom to say whatever the topic you have in mind about the energy security and the supply chain disruption. So I will give about 7 minutes each to give a kind of initial setting for the panel. And after your remarks, I will give individual questions to each. And then after all that round, I'm going to open the floor for Q&A sessions to everybody. Can you start from, this is East Asia, so we follow the seniority rule first. So Nobuo Tanaka first, please.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'm the oldest one in the panel, so I'm delighted to speak first. As a former executive director of the International Energy Agency, I'm getting very popular because of the big strategic stockpile release happening here and there. Certainly, Fatih Birol, the current executive director, said this crisis in the Middle East is the largest in the size of the disruption. Even it's more than the two biggest disruption in the history. First, oil shock in the 1973, and the second Iranian crisis in the 79 together. And they did a huge release, but certainly the price is still high, and disruption may continue. Even the transportation of the oil may come back. The Strait of Hormuz could be open, but disruption will continue because of certain, say, facilities in the Middle East be attacked and bombed in both ways. So I think the situation will, very unpredictable situation, and high prices will continue. So I have been saying that the biggest change in the geopolitics of energy can be described as a battle between two dominant powers. The first dominant power is so-called petro-states, led by the United States, drill baby drill policy by the President Trump, and Russia, and Saudi Arabia. So these countries are, in a way, communicating each other and using the oil or gas as a weapon, while the other dominant power is led by China. I call them electro-states. And they are using the electrification as much as possible by electric vehicle batteries, solar panels, windmills, nuclear power, electrolyzer. So by doing so, China is reducing the dependency of its oil and gas from either Russia, Middle East, and the United States. Yes, China contributes by doing so to reduce carbon emission reduction. But they are doing for the sake of national security. It is clear from the beginning. And the European Union is doing basically the same thing, to reduce dependency on the Russian fossil fuels. So this coalition of petrostates against electrostates, where Ambassador Park, Japan and Korea should join. We don't have any resources of gas and oil, so we have to go to the electrostates. But we cannot forget about the very important defense agreement with United States. So we have to go both ways. But this electrification will be accelerated by the Iranian crisis. That is what the IEA is saying. So we cannot waste time. We have to work very fast. First, with United States, probably the nuclear power generation is very important. I'm always arguing US, Japan, and Korea should work with sustainable nuclear technology with US, which has been developed by the United States as integral fast reactor. I don't get into too much details. This is more easy to be a safety side, security side, as well as easy to manage the high-level radioactive waste, and also proliferation resistant. So I call this technology sustainable nuclear. And Japan, Korea needs it because of the reducing the waste and for the sake of more safety use of the nuclear power. So we have to work with these three countries should develop the nuclear model for the future. Another coalition with China, I think Japan and Korea should develop together the hydrogen supply chain. For the electrostates, petroleum stockpile doesn't make sense. But how can we make storage of electricity? That is hydrogen. MCH, ammonia, these stuff provide the security for the electrostates in the future. So I think there are many things. Electric vehicle could be a most important element in the future. Japan successfully, after the first or second oil shock, to sell the very efficient automobiles in the world. We created huge trade issues with US and Europe. But next will happen is Chinese electric vehicles will be everywhere. How can Japan, Korea, we are the very good producer of automobiles, how can we cooperate together to build and very efficient auto sector in the future? I think we have to do a lot domestically to prepare for the electrostates of Japan and Korea. And finally, the last point I want to make, the electrostate should make a kind of rule-based arrangement, a framework for the future. I think CPTPP, Comprehensive Progressive Pacific, Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, could be the one. Already, United Kingdom is a member. Unfortunately, US moved out. But UK is member. China Taiwan are asking the membership. Korea seems to join soon. United Arab Emirates wants to be a member. So this group can be a rule-making place for green technologies and green products for the electrostate in the future. CBAM, carbon border adjustment measures of Europe should be adjusted during the framework negotiation as such. And this CPTPP is a legacy of the late Shinzo Abe, the Prime Minister of Japan, and new Prime Minister Takaichi-san, she is very happy to follow the legacy of the Abe. This is probably the most important Japan-Korea initiative of building the framework or rules for the electrostates in the future. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. I like the concept of the categorizing countries to the petrostate and the electrostate, which is very easy to understand. And then I think global posture will be different depending on that diagram. So I have a few questions later. But why don't you? How many hours did it takes to come to Tokyo?
Well, usually I think it's around a 10-hour flight, but it was a little bit more than that due to the reroute that we had to take.
All right. So I'll give the floor to Mr. Saleh Almana next. So for about 7 minutes.
Sure. Thank you very much, Ambassador Park, and I'd like to thank the Institute of Geoeconomics for organizing this event. Also to welcome my fellow panelists here today and all of the members of the audience. Obviously, I think, Ambassador Park, you've highlighted it very well in the sense that over the past couple of decades, we had a system which was not perfect, but was functioning in a manner that created somewhat of a rules-based system that provided the necessary transparency and the necessary predictability for businesses and countries to conduct trade in a manner that is safe and efficient. And over the past couple of years, we've seen an increased challenge to the global economy that led to somewhat of a shift in how trade is conducted. Now, the basis of the fact that we had a sort of process that could take place in the sense of how we conduct commerce and how we do business has been affected, does have sort of like a ripple effect to the future. And this has led to obviously a lot of outcomes, whether it's inflation or pressure on pricing, but has also had adverse effect on other industries. For example, today, when it comes to shipping, the price of insurance has surged dramatically. And we'll continue to see other negative effects unless we solve this issue. Now, in that sense, obviously, when we talk about the Strait of Hormuz, it's certainly a critical international waterway. It's important that countries preserve it and preserve the international rule of law, in the sense that the United Nations law of seas for both safe passage and safe transit. And this is particularly true for commercial vessels. Commercial companies and logistics providers should be able to feel safe when they conduct their business in the region and elsewhere, actually. And obviously, if this whole system gets disrupted, and since it's a very intricate system, we will have a negative sort of side effect in the future. Now, there could be discussions on the fact that there could be like some sort of a alternative or some sort of controls to safeguard against that. But I think we already do have a system that we could fix and we could go back to, which is the international rules-based system, going back to whether it's the World Trade Organization or the United Nations. And maybe I'll just conclude on one simple point, which is the fact that for the past couple of decades, we have seen positive economic growth in the long term. And more importantly, we also saw that there was a positive contribution of developing countries in global trade over the past couple of decades. Maybe the most important element to this is the fact that it is an inclusive process that could bring all countries together. And therefore, it's important that any situation we face, it should be resolved through dialogue, through mediation, and through a negotiated outcome that would serve the interests of all parties pertaining that. Thank you.
Thank you. You emphasized the importance of a free international waterway, which is blocked now in the Middle East. And then also you touch upon the developing countries is very important because many are neglected. Many are talking about only great power rivalry, and forget the developing countries or the underdeveloped countries. That's a kind of very important point we can discuss later. Jane, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the Institute of Geoeconomics for having me, and congratulations on the summit. So I wanted to share my thought with you about the way I look at how the energy is not just a domain where we see geopolitical competition playing out, but also it's a factor that shapes the global order. So even before, obviously the current sort of Hormuz energy crisis is a big factor, but we have been seeing energy as a domain where we see all these geopolitical competition playing out. Of course, Russia has been leveraging its oil gas supply to really test the will of the Western countries over the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But also, the EU and the United States have been using sanctions and price caps to really targeting Russian energy supplies, and so that's a very still ongoing example. We've also seen the global supply chains for things like critical minerals and clean energy technologies, where China and the West have been competing. I think that's also where the United States now has more of a bipartisan consensus that this is something that we really need to do more to be able to stay competitive. But also among the G7 countries, we've seen the 5-point energy security, the critical mineral security plan under the Japan's leadership. Also under Canada's leadership, we've seen action plan. Also, that's also where I think the global South has been seeing sort of a geopolitical competition play out as they look to both the West and China for ways to improve energy access, whether through greater access to clean tech components, whether it's the EV batteries or EV themselves or solar panels, versus things like maybe geothermal and eventually small modular nuclear, likely. And also, I think we're seeing right at the moment OPEC plus politics. I think there's also the internal OPEC plus competition, but then also OPEC plus versus the United States as one of the top producers of oil and gas. Now, so how does the world order look like in the future, and how does energy shape them? I have no answer to either of the questions, but there are a couple of things that I think of as a signpost as I try to ascertain how the future may look like. And especially in light of the current energy crisis, I think one, the future of the oil and gas security governance is a major area to watch. Among the, of course, Middle Eastern supplier side, the initial concern that we had was about the flow through the Strait of Hormuz. But now the concern is also about the production level, because all these military actions have damaged oil gas drilling infrastructure, and also export terminals, et cetera. So it's no longer just about sort of a commercial, the sea lane issue. It's also all these infrastructure and investments. So what does it mean, right? And then also, I think the departure of the UAE from the OPEC Plus, is this really the start of this price war? For OECD economies such as Japan and Korea and et cetera, I think in March, the IEA announced roughly 400 billion barrels worth of a coordinated stock release. But at the end of April, already about 790 billion barrels, worth of, energy or oil has been disrupted. So the scale is already a bit off, right? So I think that gives us a question as to how the future of OECD's oil gas management may have to look like. Do we need to modernize it? If so, how and how would it look like? Quickly, the second and third, and then also, before I forget, I think also this maritime energy trade with the Strait of Hormuz basically, under shutdown, really, what are some of the lessons, let's say for the Strait of Malacca? Back in the 1984-88, when there was the Iran-Iraq war that affected some of the vessels and some of the passage through the strait, it has happened, but the flow was never affected the way it is being affected right at the moment. So again, this gives us a sort of a renewed context to think about these issues. The second signpost is about the fiscal stamina for the Middle Eastern supplier countries. The time and the money that will be required to really restore will be quite significant. There are all these estimates that are out there, but that will definitely test the stamina of major key stakeholders, but also for the importing countries as well. All these governments have the measures and tools to really mitigate supply shocks. And so going forward, there will be some fiscal priorities that will be reshuffled as many of the countries will come out of this war with probably a bit under reduced stamina. Lastly, and I think we can probably get to this more during the subsequent rounds, but the future of US-China competition. I appreciated Tanaka-san's comment about the petrostate and electrostate, but generally speaking, putting aside how the war started and what have you, but as far as the energy effects go, I think the United States has shown its role as energy security booster. The US crude export has increased significantly, about 30% higher than about a year ago, around this time. And much of that has been now going to Asia, including our key allies in Asia Pacific, such as Japan and Korea. About, 65% higher at the moment. Crude, the feedstocks and products like naphtha, that's now seeing a lot of volume coming to Asia. LNG as well, it has seen 175% increase between February and March of this year. But I think China has also shown a lot of strength. To me, it's not so much about renewables. Certainly, electrification helps by reducing the requirement for oil-based transportation fuels. But I think it's also the large stock, domestic oil and gas production, having also maritime and also land-based import and trading relationships, et cetera. But I think there are still a lot of questions that still need to be answered to see whether, which of the two countries have better stamina coming out of the current crisis. Because as the war drags on, there are many other internal political economic issues that need to really be tested. So let me stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for all the wonderful remarks. I will raise a few individual questions to each panelist. First to Mr. Tanaka. In the middle of your presentation, you said a kind of a Chinese China as the electoral state, relying on renewable energy and this clean energy, has some national security aspect, which is a very interesting the observation in a sense that in the past, geopolitics and geoeconomics, they were all separate area. Geoeconomics is economist area. Geopolitics is a political scientist, but they're all mixed. And then that has lots of strategic implication for all. That's why it's very hard to understand at this moment what's going on. So when you talk about the kind of the China has some national security concerns and the strategic aim when they rely on these specific energy sources. What do you mean by that? So I wanted to hear your elaborated explanation about what is the kind of a national security implication of that strategy and how it affects U.S.-China rivalry in that context. And the second question is also you mentioned the importance of the nuclear power generation. So in addition to oil and gas and then clean energy, the renewable energy, there's a nuclear is another alternative that many people are talking about. But the country like in Japan and in Korea, there is a kind of some, not phobia, but it's a kind of some negative responses about the nuclear use. So can nuclear power generation be a very effective alternative to a fossil fuel energy? So as you have a long experience of dealing with all different kinds of energy in the world, I think I wanted to hear your opinion about that. And I will give you the questions first so that you can respond. And Mr. Saleh Almana, the Qatar have lots of cooperative ties with Asian countries. Japan is not the only country that you export the energy resources, but as you know, at this moment, the Asian countries are one of the most vulnerable countries in the world because countries like Japan and Korea do not produce oil and natural gas. So we have to rely on the energy resource from the Middle East. So from the Qatari perspective, how can you deepen and widen the cooperation between Qatar and Asian countries in terms of energy supply and also to secure supply chain related to the energy? That's the first question. And the second, as you're in charge of commerce and industry, also in investment, at this juncture, I like the kind of the Chinese character of crisis, wiki, that is a crisis and opportunity at the same time. So it's a crisis, it's just a kind of a dangerous moment. In a sense, it's an opportunity, especially for the business chances sometimes, because there is a crisis. So as you have dealt with all this industry and commerce and investment for a long time, so where to invest at this moment? So this is the area you have to avoid at this moment. But this is the kind of very potential area to grow for some foreseeable future. So as a person in charge of your Ministry of Commerce and Industry, this area is a kind of a potential area to invest more, not just for one single country, for a region or global setting. That's the kind of the second question I wanted to hear from you. And to Jane, at the end of your remark, you talk about the U.S.-China competition. You have analyzed the U.S.-China competition from an energy point of view for a long time. And yesterday, I happened to read one article at Foreign Affairs, where the author argues that there are always winners and losers in a crisis moment, especially in times of this the energy shocks. His basic argument was that China investing more on renewables may emerge as a winner, while Washington can be an ultimate loser. So it's a kind of, his conception is the electrostate will win, petrostate will go down. Do you agree? So that's, I wanted to hear your view about how you see the situation, because many countries rely on different sources of energy development. So and then because whether we can secure the sustainable energy sources is a great strategic concern for every country. So I wanted to hear your view on that. And as this is a kind of a geoeconomics summit, so the second question is, in order to reduce vulnerability, many people are talking about diversifying import lines and diversifying energy sources, so diversifying your strategic partners. So they're all talking about diversifying, because relying on a single country or a certain area is too risky. So diversification is necessary. Yeah, but that's very easy to say, but very hard to implement in reality. So from your perspective, dealing with the energy issue for such a long time, so what is the kind of very optimal combination of the diversifying the energy sources to cope with the energy crisis like this moment? So, Mr. Tanaka first.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador Park. Your question about China as well as the nuclear power. Yeah, these are the very important elements when we discuss about electrostate. China has long been thinking about electrification as a very strategic sense. And China always say that they contribute by the electrification to the decarbonization and climate change mitigation. So that's a beautiful side of the story. But actually, when I talked to, it's more than 10 years ago, I think I talked to the former general of the People's Liberation Army. And he clearly said to me that, Mr. Tanaka, China is doing renewables like solar, wind, etc., but it's not for the climate change mitigation. This is for national security. So if the top general of the People's Liberation Army is thinking like that way, their strategy is clear. It is national security arrangement and reducing dependency of fossil fuels from Middle East, from Russia, and from the United States. So it's very successful. In a way, too successful because they invested heavily to the electrification-related industries, technologies, materials. So they made a huge success of kind of controlling the critical mineral supply chains. And in fact, US-China trade wars, somewhat the leverage of China is critical mineral control. And overcapacity of the all other parts of their production, solar cells, wind turbines, electric vehicles, batteries. So the price of these products are so cheap, and huge competitiveness they achieved in the trade with every country. Just as Japan did it after the first and second oil shock, our very fuel-efficient automobiles, very competitive electronics created a huge trade war with US and Europe. So same thing is happening. So I think in a way that, thanks to Mr. Trump's, the war with Iran, I think the third oil shock favors to solve this overcapacity issue, because now the electric vehicles sales are rising and very fast in many places, in Asia particularly. Asia do not have oil strategic stockpile so much, so they have to move to the electrification of the transportation sector. Because when Japan was hit by 1973 by the first oil shock, we have only 50 days of stockpile, and 70% of electricity comes from petroleum thermal power. So it was a shock to the oil, but to the electricity also. We did a lot to conservation of electricity, changing the, let's say, turn off the lightings, neon signs, reducing the temperature or up in the cooling. So this kind of thing happens, and eventually we solve the problem by developing liquefied natural gas, coal, nuclear power. So I think very interesting moment that China is did the very right thing, and it was proven by this war. And I think China is in a very good move. I think US-China will discuss together 5 T's. First, trade. Second, technology. The third, Tehran. And fourth, Taiwan. And final T is Takaichi. So we have to prepare for what China and US is going to talk about. And I think Japan should take initiative with Korea to make more electrification or electrostates initiative, like connecting power grid lines between Korea and Japan first, and then eventually with China. That kind of initiative of electrostates and managing together a very important strategic resources like decarbonized electricity, we have to do more. I mean, rather than just saying, okay, we are open for any kind of initiative from China, we are happy to talk with you. No, we have to initiate more positive, proactively toward China. That is the only way to defend ourselves. The nuclear, well, I'm sorry to get a little long, but I told about integral fast reactor of United States. It is, I think this is the technology which is sustainable nuclear, because it minimizes the risk of accident and the impact of the accident, because it's a small scale. So the second is radioactive waste management. It can reduce the toxicity very rapidly within just 300 years. Regular technology, we needed 300,000 years. So, and it can apply to the meltdown debris or corium of Fukushima. Fukushima's corium cannot be transported out of the prefecture. It should be treated there. And this technology is really necessary. And Korea needs this technology to reduce waste together. But unfortunately, the United States didn't allow you to do only for Japan, but Japan, Korea, and US should develop this sustainable nuclear technology together. And eventually, if Iran is interested in doing the same thing, let's go and together make this technology available for Iran. Iran needs peaceful use technology like this. And because this technology is difficult to use for the, let's say, military sense or weaponization. So I think this kind of new concept of nuclear can help to get the public acceptance. Because if we say that, okay, now very severe safety standards of Japan, you don't have to worry about accident. No, this cannot be convincing for the Japanese public. We need a new narrative and innovative idea to convince Japanese public to accept the nuclear system or nuclear power as a part of electrostate solution. So we have to do a lot. And I don't go into much details, but the role of women is very important. So I created in Canon Institute only group of women recommending the certain technologies of nuclear. And this is the case. And this technology is the one, the US one. But I think there's a good chance Japan, US, and Korea develop this as a sustainable nuclear power for the future.
Thank you. I'm thankful, especially to your, the proposal of making the nuclear energy sustainable by setting up something. The Korea, as you know, nuclear waste, the disposal site is fully packed already. So and we don't have nuclear full cycle. So without reprocessing the material used, we are in danger. So we have to reuse all those nuclear waste for the country, for the region, and for the globe. A wonderful suggestion. Mr. Almana.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and thank you for those questions. I'll start with the first one, obviously, between the relationship between the state of Qatar and our strategic partners in Asia, especially when it comes to economic investment and trade relations. In fact, for the state of Qatar, 8 out of the top 10 trading partners are from Asia. So it does signify a large portion of our trade. Annually, we trade about $80 billion only in merchandise trade. And it's also expected to continue to grow. Out of that, obviously, the majority of it is within energy, but we are trading in other goods as well. And this includes certain petrochemicals and downstream products, which is also reflective of why we need to resolve the situation facing the Middle East right now. Because it's not only in energy, it's also in, for example, certain fertilizers, such as urea, which is a large portion of it is coming out of the state of Qatar, but also the entire Gulf. Another critical industrial good is also ammonia, which is also largely produced within the Gulf and is exiting the Strait of Hormuz. So obviously, we do need to resolve this situation, not only for the energy, but for also other goods that will continue to put pressure on prices and inflation. Now, on the question concerning how we can maintain or grow this economic and trading relationship, actually, we're already working on this issue because the state of Qatar, part of the Gulf Cooperation Council, is already engaging very actively with its Asian partners, whether it's on issues concerning, for example, free trade agreements. We are focused on our partners, especially in Asia. We managed actually to conclude an FTA with Korea. We have also concluded an FTA with Pakistan, actively negotiating with Japan, but also looking at other partners in the whole Asian continent. And obviously, when it comes to energy, we are expecting that demand will continue to increase, as well as supply from the state of Qatar, but the entire region. And it's also important to note when we talk about diversification. Sure, diversification is certainly very important, and we need to focus on it and how to preserve energy security, food security, but also economic security in general. But for energy specifically, around 50% of oil reserves are in the Arab states. So regardless of the diversification process that does take place, resolving the situation in the Middle East is also of utmost importance. I also want to talk about another issue that did face some challenges, which is actually air travel. Obviously, due to the strategic geographic positioning of the region, air travel was disrupted in a very negative manner. And a lot of the transit that does take place for airliners that are taking not only passengers, but also cargo. For example, for us in the state of Qatar, the Qatar Airways has invested significantly in air cargo. It's one of the largest air cargo fleets. So having it completely halted or stopped poses a huge risk towards that east to west trade, not only in shipping, but also on air. Pivoting, I guess, towards the second question concerning investments. Obviously, I don't prefer to give counsel on where to invest, because if you do give a bad counsel, I don't want to get blamed for that. But in terms of investments, obviously, it's my job to say you should invest in Qatar. And I would also make that argument and continue to make that argument because there are many opportunities in Qatar, but also the entire region. And this includes, obviously, a rising population, but also a lot of demand that is also coming out of the region, as there's a lot of investments in infrastructure, investments in certain other industries like sports, like innovation. Like annually in the state of Qatar, we host the regional web summit. So a lot of innovators do come to the state of Qatar and to look at investment opportunities, but also look at innovative solutions to provide to the market. So yeah, I would definitely say that innovation in our region has a lot of potential, and I'd certainly look very positively towards that. In fact, a lot of Asian companies are also looking positively to the region and have expanded operations in the state of Qatar, mainly, but also broadly in the entire region. And this is due to a lot of regulatory reforms that have taken place in the past. And this also includes, for example, allowance of 100% foreign ownership of investments, but also updating and upscaling regulations so that it's much more accommodating for investors. So yes, while there is a situation now, I still think that there's a very bright future ahead of us. Thank you.
Mr. Almana, can I ask a more specific question? I'm an investment banker. I have $1 billion to invest in Qatar.
Yeah.
Where to invest?
Maybe after the session we can have a discussion. But no, you know, there are a lot of opportunities, and specifically, I would probably say that we have placed certain strategies in place, and this includes certain target sectors, whether it's in manufacturing, innovation, but also, and very relative to what's going on right now, food security, which does go back to the whole premise of diversification, because that also applies there. And we have diversified through logistical investments in logistical services, but also critical infrastructure. So there is certainly opportunity, I guess, in these fields.
Thank you. Thank you for specific answers. Jane?
Thank you so much for the two questions, Mr. Ambassador. So, who are the winners and losers from the Korean War and the Hormuz energy crisis? So I think, in my view, China has been doing quite well, as I mentioned during my sort of prepared remark. But I think it's also important to see that, you know, within China, there is massive overcapacity. And if the economy really suffers from the Korean War, and if the demand destruction, whether it's for crude oil or other commodities, become more widespread, I think China would definitely have to worry about the degree to which that its overcapacity could be resolved by being able to export some of these commodities. There was an interesting article in FT about BYD about a week ago that it's making, its first quarter profit was about half the level year over year compared to the first quarter of 2025 because of the so-called involution issue, cutthroat competition. And so for that reason, many of these highly competitive Chinese companies really have to consider going abroad more than ever before. So it's not just sort of exporting the products, but also opening up factories in whether in Europe like Hungary or in Brazil, in Indonesia. But so I mean that has been that's starting to happen, but then also there might be greater pushback from some of these host governments if they do not see their economies to become part of the supply chains. They don't necessarily just want to become buyers. They want to be able to benefit from these supply chains by being able to perhaps manufacture some parts of batteries for the EVs that the Chinese companies may want to build and sell in these regions. So I think, to some extent, exactly, whether China will be the definite winner is still, I think, up to a bit of a debate. Also, the United States has been much more focused on fossil fuels plus nuclear. And I think that, analysis is correct. But also, there has been greater attention to the fact that things like energy storage technologies, batteries, are quite important, not just for energy or energy transition or decarbonization, but it's all for the resilience of the grid, the power grid system, also for some defense applications. So even within the United States, there's a renewed look at how to have more robust domestic manufacturing base for these clean tech, but that also has energy security attributes such as batteries. So I think the race isn't completely over yet. And I should also note that it also depends how some of China's key economic partners may come out of this war. For example, what happens to Iran? Iran has been one of the more important suppliers of crude oil, although China's supply portfolio is quite diversified. What may happen to Russia? That's a huge question. Now with all these sanction reliefs on the way, the United States Treasury Department has been extending the waivers so that many countries can access energy supply to really avert some major crisis and panic throughout the economies. But how Russia may come out of the current crisis is a big question, as already the Chinese leadership has said that it's in their national security interest to make sure that Russia does not lose the war in Ukraine. It serves as a good distraction to the United States and EU. So there's that. As far as the perfect diversification profile, I actually do think that China has one of the most resilient diversified portfolios. As I mentioned, they have land-based, maritime-based energy relationships. They also have domestic supply. Their power system, in my view, is a little too still coal-heavy. Installed renewable capacity is quite impressive, but the actual utilization needs to improve more. But China is also investing in quite a bit of high voltage transmission lines. To some extent, I think the diversification is expensive, right? So I think there's a bit of an inverse relations. But as for many of these economies, including Japan, Korea, of course the US and China, that desire to stay competitive as sort of advanced manufacturing countries, especially becoming competitive in this age of AI, how you meet the electricity demand is extremely important. And as much as sometimes we get too focused on affordability and reliability, I actually do think that carbon intensity cannot be ignored just because, especially in countries like China, the qualitative element of economic development is tied to the domestic stability. So, and even in the US, and a lot of hyperscalers do have shareholder commitments to try to meet their energy needs as, in a sustainable manner as possible. But I think diversification, and then I'm sorry, really quickly, again, I guess, I do think that for countries that already have industrial capacity, such as Japan and Korea, nuclear does make sense. Just the capacity factor is so much higher. The footprint is so much smaller for the amount of the electricity that it could supply. So, but it doesn't have to come at the expense of renewables development. But I do hope that it will come at the expense of coal fire generation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to open the floor. We have about 17 minutes to go. So you can raise a question freely, first come, first served. And then as we have simultaneous translation, you can raise questions in Japanese as well. And then Mr. Almana, you can use the receiver. So please raise your hand to ask your questions to anybody. And then make a question very short so that we can accept as many questions possible. And you can pinpoint a certain panelist if you don't mind. Please. So always in Asia, you have a tendency to reserve in the beginning, and then always raise your hand at the last moment. Please do the other way around. No? Okay, all right, please.
I would like to ask the panelists to talk a little bit about energy security in the Middle East. How do countries in the Middle East view renewable energy sources? And is the current war having any impact on strategic thinking about what to do going forward on renewable energy sources? It's an energy security issue too, because there are imports of those of the equipment. Where does that come from?
Mr. Almana, can you go?
Yeah.
And then if you have additional comments, you can. First, Mr. Almana.
Sure. Thank you. And thank you for that question. Actually, when it comes to renewable energy in the Middle East, I'll talk specifically about the state of Qatar. We have invested quite heavily when it comes to solar energy. So Qatar Energy has announced that a certain percentage of our energy needs will be coming out of solar energy. Today we have one solar field, and two are coming online very soon, and they're mainly going to be serving industrial zones. And in terms of the equipment, as you've mentioned, obviously a lot of the renewable sort of equipment, but more specifically solar panels, because the Middle East is not only an excellent place to produce oil, but it's also an excellent place to produce solar energy due to the heat mainly. A lot of the equipment is coming from Asia, actually, predominantly from China. But also from other countries like Korea. Like, for example, in the state of Qatar, our solar fields are being developed, at least one of them is being developed by Samsung. So there is also that cooperation that is taking place between not only imports of equipment, but also companies originating from Asia.
Yeah, I think some of basically the Gulf countries are petro-states, but some of them are trying to be a hybrid petro-electro states, because they are using their revenue of the gas and oil to invest into the solar panels or windmills or nuclear power even, and inviting data centers and artificial intelligence and experts from the other countries. So this hybrid strategy makes very good sense. The United Arab Emirates, UAE, is typically the one, Qatar to some extent in Saudi Arabia. But I was invited to the meeting called ADIPEC in Abu Dhabi last November, and the huge meeting concentrate on the issue of gas, but not only fuel, but AI and data centers, and 24,000 people are there. And my surprise is that my question to them is that, yes, this is a huge success story of the United Arab Emirates to become a hybrid state, but does this bring peace in the Middle East or in the Gulf region? Without peace, people will not come in or investment will not happen. So the current situation, unfortunately, proved that the UAE's strategy wasn't good enough to keep peace. And with Iranian attacks and Israel's attack, I think things is getting very messy, and the future of energy security or sustainable security of the region is at question. So I think after the certain peace agreement with Iran and United States, I think the Gulf countries should think about seriously how can this hybrid strategy may work with neighboring countries and share the common interest and collaboration with countries like Japan and Korea to promote some nuclear power or regional arrangement of nuclear cycle is very interesting idea. So I think we can cooperate together to make the hybrid petro-electro state there.
Okay, thank you for comments. Any additional questions? Yep, the gentleman in the back.
Thank you. Go Katayama with Kepler. This is a question for the Undersecretary from Qatar. Thank you very much for your presentations. We've seen 2 laden vessels go to Pakistan in the past few days from Qatar, and I was told that this is largely a G2G driven sort of mover. And wondering, can we expect more of those deals? And when you look at, where these cargoes can go next, is Asia a priority over Europe? Is term contract holders a priority? Like, how do you think about where these cargoes could go in the next coming weeks? Thanks.
Can you hold a moment? I can, if you don't mind, I wanted to collect the questions all over and then let you answer the question. Other questions? Yeah, if not at the moment, please.
Well, thank you. No, absolutely. Well, thank you for that question. I'm not representing. We have the Ministry of Energy in Qatar, and Qatar Energy as the main energy supplier for the state of Qatar. I represent the Ministry of Commerce, so it's a different ministry. And I don't know exactly the specific question you mentioned concerning those 2 vessels. I actually don't know the answer to it. But what I can say is that it is the strategy for the state of Qatar to have long-term contracts and long-term commitments. And we are committed to continuing to become a reliable partner towards our strategic partners that do get their energy needs from the state of Qatar. And obviously Pakistan is one of them. And I think that's reflective of the commitment towards that long-term contract that's with Pakistan, but with also other countries. And that's also across the whole Asian continent.
Okay, other question? Yes, please.
Thank you. I'd like to raise a very simple questions regarding from the recent topics that UAE has left to OPEC membership. What will be the outcome or the impact on the oil markets to start with, and how the other members of OPEC or OPEC Plus will react?
To whom you wanted to get answered?
Well, to whom, if I can answer the questions. But maybe I'm afraid that Ms. Aramani is too close to the questions. Therefore, I just want Jane to make comments on that.
Jane, can you pick up?
Sure. I don't know if I have an authoritative view since I'm not from the region, but I do think that it's been interesting to see how Japan has recently made commitment for additional UAE, crude cargo. Now that UAE is free of the production quota, right? So I think we might start seeing those. So within, I think, OPEC Plus, there has been sort of a rivalry between Saudi Arabia and UAE. And so there will be that sort of a set of questions. But also, it'd be interesting to see what that may mean for the U.S. upstream players. because despite this shortage-related concerns, and the United States have seen gasoline prices go up, and also I think diesel prices, but natural gas has been still fairly low. But the upstream producers have not been really interested in producing more. I think they're really carefully watching to see how this current dynamics may sort out. So your question is excellent. I do not have an answer, although I do think, again, I think this may really signal the beginning of this price competition. So potentially more stakeholders may seek greater latitude in how they produce, and there may also be implication on how to deal with some of the member countries that have not been strictly really adhering to some of the production quotas, right? So it's an extremely fluid condition. Thank you.
All right. Let me take advantage of my privilege as a moderator to raise the final last-minute question. At the moment, the war in the Middle East, especially the maritime blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, is troubling not only of course, not only Asian countries, but Asian countries are the major victims, and we are really in trouble. If that conflict goes on for more than a couple of months, the country like Korea, Japan, and Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, they would be in trouble, right? So, as you watch the situation, is there any better way of handling this question and then to mitigate the conflict in the Strait of Hormuz to resolve the conflict? If you have any, I just want to hear your personal opinion. This is a personal opinion.
Well, I think, Ambassador, this is very interesting and important question. I think what we can do is just stay out of as much as possible reducing the importation of oil from the region. It's simple, right? And using electric vehicle is one. And we should not subsidize our gasoline price, for example. It's ridiculous. Because just subsidizing the big users of having the Mercedes and not efficiently, it doesn't make any good sense. We have to, just as Korea started, we have to even ration some part of the consumption of oil. And this may continue. I mean, we try to reduce, yes, that is the reaction, and for now we have to do, and also for the future. So I think we have to move, because all the prices of the, let's say, oil in many countries are now rising. It's only Japan, the price is stagnating by the government subsidy. So it's not a good decision. And I think Japanese public should have a strong sense of urgency, just as Koreans have, and try to make into the conservation mode. That is the way to face the risk in the Middle East.
I agree with Tanaka-san that I think it's important to allow the prices to reflect the supply level. So measures that could artificially make products, gasolines and diesels and et cetera, cheaper would be problematic. But I do also realize that the governments really do want to balance it. They do not want to, they do not want the public to have this sense of fear and then, go into some panic buying. So there's very much fine balance. I also wanted to mention that one thing that's really interesting to me is how, sort of speaking also of sort of Asian energy security architecture, some of the Southeast Asian countries are now starting to seriously consider having the regional stockpile of oil. It may not be really, too late for obviously for this round of, supply crisis, but measures like that, when we're facing crisis, that's good time to really start thinking, and hopefully we won't forget the lessons. And in that sense, I definitely find it interesting that the Japanese government has offered, I guess, $10 billion to help Southeast Asian countries access crude oil, so that some of these key refining countries can keep supplying. I mean, it is a sort of a win-win. It's an interdependent process. I'm not saying this is some sort of volunteer work by the Japanese government, but it reminds us of how interdependent even our energy relationships are, and it's also very much part of this economic security interdependence we have. So yeah, just
Jane, I think Japan should share some of our strategic reserves with agents, probably. Geopolitically, it makes very good sense, right? Rather than subsidizing Japanese public's consumption, we should share with some of the Asian countries who suffer most. Probably that should have been done, in my view.
You have any comments? All right. I know I was an ambassador, so you even though your personal opinion, it can represent your government. All right, thank you. We enjoyed the session. I just remind the kind of Tanaka Nobu's remark in the beginning. We have a petro state and an electro state, but actually, almost all the countries have a hybrid strategy. The fossil fuel and the nuclear power, renewable energy. So how to combine those energy to make it sustainable and survival is very important. So, but we have to keep in mind that we are doing this game in a global context. It's a kind of great power rivalry is there about energy secure and the supply. But at the same time, as Mr. Almana mentioned, we are forgetting the importance of developing countries and the global south. Many are just neglected related to the issues of developing countries, and we have to keep that in mind. What is the impact of all these crises for developing countries and the underdeveloped countries? They are more troubled than us. So I think that's critically important. But as all of the panelists said, actually, how to secure? I don't think we can go back to the liberal international order we have enjoyed. But how to make the international order free and open is still important. So the free navigation on the waterway, as Mr. Almana mentioned, the free trade without naval blockade, right? The free communication without government intervention, those are all important still for the trade and commerce in the industry. So I think we have to keep on going. And I think we all talk about strategies in the age of this geoeconomics and economic security, but we have to have some universal principles and norms to be shared. If not, we should take a very proactive initiative to sustain it for the future and for all the people. All right, so time clock, right? So please join me with a big round of applause for their wonderful presentations and responses. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to each of our panelists. We will now take a brief moment to reset the stage for the next session. Thank you for your kind patience. Next on the agenda, we are delighted to begin our first keynote session. We are pleased to welcome to the stage Dr. Joshua Walker, President and CEO of Japan Society. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Thank you very much. It feels very weird to speak in English. Is it okay if I speak in English? The organizers told me to speak in English. I just got off a plane from New York, literally an hour ago. So you will forgive me if maybe I speak in a more direct manner, because with jet lag and tiredness, this will make it much more interesting. I know that's probably what Suzuki Sensei is hoping for, and I'm certainly sure that Jimbo Sensei will have great questions for me. I wish that I could follow our last esteemed panel by following in the trajectory and talking about the technical aspects, but I think you probably want to hear something a little bit different. At this moment, I'm checking my phone, President Trump and his Air Force One is probably about to pass over this general region, and I think the entire world is most fixated and focused on that summit that's about to take place tomorrow and the day after. I think there's no country that is following it more closely. There's no country that in many ways has more at stake than Japan. But today's topic is a really timely one, and I want to just congratulate the Institute of Geoeconomics, because in many ways, the work of this institute has never been more important. I titled my keynote, Geoeconomics from the Front Lines, Trump 2.0, Volatility and the Strategic Opportunity for Japan. So that just tells you the way I'm thinking about this. It's clear to me that the world has entered a geoeconomic age. As someone who's grew up in Japan, as someone who's professionally spent most of my life looking at geopolitics, it is absolutely fascinating to me where we've come from. If the last 30 years were defined by globalization, I think the next 30 years are going to be defined by geoeconomics. Today, economics is national security. Today, technology is geopolitics. Today, capital flows are foreign policy, and supply chains are strategic infrastructure. I'm coming from New York, which usually New York and DC don't share a perspective. DC is the political capital, a little bit like, Nagatacho is here. But New York is more like Otemachi or Marunouchi. Now in Tokyo, they're the same area. You can have conversations. In America, we think very differently about these things. And until President Trump, who came from New York as a businessman and thinks probably in more geoeconomic terms than geopolitical terms, it's been fascinating to watch. The CEOs who are members of Japan Society, the people I talk to in New York constantly, the investors, the sovereign wealth funds, the diplomats, the technology leaders, they're all suddenly speaking the same language. It's about risk, it's about resiliency, it's about industrial policy, it's about AI, it's about energy security, and of course, it's about the US and China. So the people who once ignored geopolitics or left it to people like Eurasia Group and paid for the services now can't stop talking about it. And it's not just because it's entertaining, right? It's because it matters. It's because you have to factor it into your business. I don't need to tell a room like this, because you're all members of the Institute of Geoeconomics. You know that it matters. The question is how? And how, as the world catches up and focuses deeply on this, can we go from deal making, which is what my president's main focus is on, to kind of thinking about the broader world, where we're going to be not just the next 6 months that Americans are looking at for the next election, but the next 6 years, the next 10 years, the way that Asians tend to think about the world. I think right now America is going through a lot of politics. It's a little too exciting, a little too much politics in my city of New York and certainly my country. But I think increasingly you can feel the changes on Wall Street, and Wall Street is adapting by thinking strategically, not just financially. There used to not be a chief risk officer. Now every major financial institution, major businesses have chief risk officers in the same way that they've had a chief legal counsel, right? That's kind of the way you do business. If you're a company and you're doing business in the world, the panel we just heard about and the importance of energy security, you have to factor it in. You can't just leave it to your government. Particularly in the US-Japan relationship, I think for a long time, certainly the last 80 years, we've left everything to our president and prime minister. Obviously, as the heads of state, as the people that make the decisions, they matter. Increasingly, I would say in America, this needs to be shared and needs to be shouldered by the private sector. And I would also argue that Japan has a moment of opportunity, And in many ways, when you think about the US-Japan relationship, beyond the immediate security concerns that, of course, national security predominates the US-Japan alliance, there's a lot of conversation about what should the Japanese private sector be doing. I've been pretty loud, pretty forceful in terms of arguing that Japan needs to take its rightful place. It's Japan's turn in many ways to help guide the Asia-Pacific, Indo-Pacific, because in many ways, as America is internally focused and the red and the blue team fight it out, we need a more holistic view of this region of the world. I think Japan can offer that in many ways. I think the world in many ways is being shook and is trying to adapt to Trump 2.0. This is very different than the first Trump term. The first Trump term was in many ways a traditional Republican grouping. Second time around, the president came in with different points of view, and he really valued things like loyalty, things like viewpoints that were the same as his. He did not necessarily want other Republicans from the traditional mold of Reagan or President Bush. He was looking for his own people. And in many ways, the conversation that he's begun to accelerate really focuses on things like tariffs from Liberation Day, industrial policy, which Japan has a natural strength, but also reshoring and transactional diplomacy, not thinking about alliances in the same way we have throughout the Cold War period and after World War II, but in a new way. In some ways, being an ally in Trump 2.0 is actually more difficult because you're going to be pressured, you're going to be leveraged. And there's an unpredictability factor where in some ways the president wants to keep you off guard. And so in some ways, this has really made Japan's job even more difficult. Although I would argue that Japan is probably in a better position than most. I would simply say, from my personal point of view, when I look around the world to the allies, particularly in Europe, everyone's very nervous. Their domestic market, their domestic politics are not doing very well, and their key ally is all of a sudden beginning to ask, what more can you do for me? It's more about leverage. It's not simply you're my friend. That's not what alliances have become about. So I think in many ways, this is an opportunity. It's a chance where Trump 2.0 rewards countries that can move quickly, they can build personal trust and align strategically with American priorities and speak the same America First language. That's very hard for our European friends. But I think in many ways, Japan's in a unique opportunity, particularly under the Takaichi administration. I think often Japanese can only see the negative side of everything. Japanese tend to be it's not a half glass full, half glass empty type of thing. It's more like if you're 90%, Japanese focus on the 10% that they get wrong or they don't do well, right? And so they point out all the things that maybe Takaichi or any prime minister could do. But in the grand scheme of things, you're in a pretty good place. Your prime minister is more popular than any other elected leader around the world, maybe besides Prime Minister Modi. You have stability in terms of the next couple of years. You don't have elections in the next couple of months. And in many ways, the ruling party is supporting Japan's first female prime minister. And obviously, there's a lot of policy work. She's deeply interested in the policy. She's not just a populist, which is not something I can say about many other countries in the world right now. She also has an instinctive understanding of economic security, technological sovereignty, strategic resilience, and industrial competitiveness, given the job she's had in the past. She's someone that's been kind of climbing the ladder and has been part of this space, particularly in terms of geoeconomics that we're talking about today. So I actually think her worldview is more aligned with the emerging American thinking about the future than anybody in Japan actually realizes. I think that when it comes to the possibilities and you listen to the Prime Minister carefully lay out, in some ways, many Japanese think she has too many priorities, right? These 17 points, they're too complicated. I welcome, as a policy wonk, that level of detail. And I think in many ways, when you talk about the semiconductors, the defense industry cooperation, the changes that we're seeing at a very quick pace in Japan, these are all opportunities. Japan is leading when it comes to AI governance. Many of the conversations we just had about energy security, supply chain diversification, outbound investment into the United States, all of these conversation points were not there 2 years ago, and certainly before the Takaichi administration. They were there, but they were not solidified. And I would argue that in some ways, when we look at the visit that Takaichi had to the White House last month, or I guess it's now March now, it was clear that Japan came with a set of proposals, and in many ways is guiding the conversation. Because in many ways, America has many things going on in the world right now, right? We just talked about the most important one, which is the Iran factor. We've got China factor. And in many ways, Japan can play a critical role in all those areas. So it's an opportunity for Japan to lay out its own markers. The question is, what happens if you disagree? What happens if you agree to disagree on certain areas? So I think in an age of strategic distrust, trusted allies like Japan become premium partners for the Trump administration because there aren't many like Takaichi in Japan. So I think that in this case, Trump really values the personal diplomacy. Institutions and the foreign ministry and the defense ministry, that's all great. But this is really about deal-making with one individual leader. The president is the ultimate diplomat for America. He's going to make those final deals. And I think that's why everyone's worried about what's about to happen in China. When you value relationships and loyalty and decisiveness and symbolism, Japan historically excels at all those, and particularly from a relationship management point of view. I think some allies have criticized Japan because they think maybe that Japan is going too far, it's bending too far. There's a whole narrative about middle powers, and maybe if Japan was speaking more like Mark Carney, this would be better for the world. I vehemently disagree. You're misreading the situation if you think that Mark Carney's speech about middle powers, which is a great academic conversation, I love discussing it, it's not based in reality, and I think Japanese have to be realistic about this. I think one of the key points as we build the human infrastructure for the next century and also for geoeconomics, it's going beyond the traditional means of what economic power looks like. I think in many ways, the US and Japan, both because our democracies and also our economies, they require that citizens and companies and individuals like us play a key role. And no matter what our president says or tries to get a deal, whether it's in China or in any other place, there's going to be constraints. There's much more domestic constraints in America than many people realize. Take tariffs as just one example, right? The president declares Liberation Day, he has all these tariffs, and now there's a series of court decisions that make it very complicated. And I'm watching for the first time Japanese companies do something that I would have thought was impossible in the past. They're not only following American companies by suing and trying to recuperate the tariffs, there are things like the Nippon Steel deal where they actually sued the President of the United States. Now, that was a different president, obviously, but Japanese companies are coming of age. This is not simply Japanese companies doing whatever Nagato tells them to do. They have their own strategy. They're working in the American system. The American system is not easy. It's complicated. There are lawyers, there are lobbyists, there's PR firms, there are think tanks, there's many parts of the ecosystem. And I think understanding how you use that to your advantage, how Japan can learn to operate in a more global system where, of course, the US-Japan alliance matters. It's the key security alliance for this nation as an island nation. But at the same time, it also has to learn how to mobilize its friends together. I think as you think about what the future might look like, I ultimately think that the strongest economic partnerships are ultimately human partnerships. Sometimes in economic theory, and when we think about geoeconomics, we take the people out of it because we say, well, that's politics, right? I think most of the conversation that we're going to be having is about having those human conversations, and whether that's CEO levels, the amount of investment, whether that's deals like MUFG and Morgan Stanley that have been one of the bulwarks of US-Japan, or whether that's the Nippon Steel and US Steel deal, there's going to be a lot more of this. You can't invest $550 billion in a way that is good for the Japanese taxpayers unless you are finding opportunities on both sides of the equation. You need American partners. We need partners in Japan. And that's not just the prime minister. That's not just the president, particularly when we're entering a season of politics in my country, where you're going to have a lot of polarization with the midterms. You're going to have 2 years of a presidential campaign that are going to make everybody in the world nervous. And that's when things like Taiwan, that's when problems begin to happen. And so I think as I look towards that future and I think about where Japan could be, I look at Japan as an island of stability for the next 2 years. Yes, you have politics. There's always challenges in Nagato. But compared to what most democracies are dealing with, you have a strategic opportunity. And I also think that by the fact that many of your companies are becoming much more globally oriented, and there's no real debate about the role of international. You're not having a debate like we are in America. America is having a debate about what America's role in the world should be. We are retrenching ourselves. We're focusing on the Western Hemisphere. We're focusing on America first, which generally means trying to get ourselves out of the international entanglements that we created after World War II. That's not what Japan is debating. There's a consensus that Japan needs to play a proactive role because without that, with a shrinking population, with global companies that get more of their revenues from outside of Japan than inside, you have to be a global player. You have to be a trading state. So I think the fact that you have an understanding and you have a clear national security priority as you begin to debate those gives you a leg up in many ways. It doesn't mean that you should count out America. I think in many ways, America and sometimes is our own worst enemy. And right now, as we fight among ourselves between the two political parties, all it takes is a major threat, whether that's China or whether that's coming from somewhere else, to unify us in a way that you haven't seen up until now. I think it's a function of the weakness of the international system that America is going through what we're going through, but I think Japan is well positioned to help us no matter what that future looks like. So as I close and we go into the fireside chat where we can talk about any of these areas, I really do think we're entering a more competitive era, a less predictable era, but also potentially a more innovative era. And I really do think we've talked about the Asian century for a while now, but I think we need to be even more specific. I think this is going to be the Pacific century in many ways. Now, America is very much a part of that. America is a Pacific power. As we begin to change our focus from the transatlantic to the trans-Pacific, there were some things that were put in place decades ago, the TPP comes to mind, other things that we have abandoned. But I think they're going to be necessary for whatever administration comes after the Trump administration because it's what Americans are going to be demanding in terms of their own economic interest. So I think that the countries that are going to be most capable are not the ones who are the largest, it's not the ones who are the loudest, and it's not even the ones who are richest. Those things matter. You can't substitute a superpower the size of a China or the size of an India from a population point of view. But particularly when I come from New York, where I sit across the street from the United Nations, I listen to a lot of loud voices that are not working right now. They're drowning each other's noises out. I think it really comes down to the countries that are most capable of combining these factors: trust, innovation, resiliency, and alliances. Alliances in a different context. Alliances not just simply, I do whatever my ally tells me. We have a mechanism to go back and forth. And so I really do think as we lead into this fireside conversation, geoeconomics is no longer just the background condition of world affairs. It's now the main stage. It's where the main discussion is happening. It's where deals are going to have to be made. And increasingly, I think the U.S.-Japan relationship may be one of the few partnerships that is capable of shaping it positively. But of course, that's going to be up to all of us. So let me stop here and turn things over to Jimbo Sensei so we can have a fireside chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walker. Now we will move on to a dialogue between Dr. Joshua Walker and Dr. Ken Jimbo, Executive Managing Director of the International House of Japan and President of the Asia Pacific Initiative. Dr. Walker, if you could please move to the stage left, and Dr. Jimbo, please take the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ken Jimbo. As introduced, I'm Managing Director at the International House of Japan and co-director of the newly emerged institute at the iHouse called the Research Institute of Advanced Innovation and Geostrategy, and which is also focusing, as what IOG is focusing on geoeconomics, that our initiative will focus on the emerging technologies and AI to the geopolitics. So there will be a lot of things will come up. But thanks, Joshua. I'm looking forward to this fireside chat. And whenever we have a conversation, we'll talk over coffee and at the izakaya, and it's a very candid discussion that we have normally. So I don't know how much of the formality we should keep in this, but we all like Joshua because he brings in the optimism for Japan. So whenever we were depressed or disappointed with all kinds of situations surrounding Japan, he always come to Tokyo and let us, be aware about the exploiting the potential that Japan inherently have, and which hasn't been, delivered by Japanese. And through the lens of Joshua's perspective, we realize what kind of opportunities and potential that the Japanese society and the politics may have. So we really like that, this kind of transaction between you and the Japanese society. And first of all, I'd like to ask Joshua how optimistic you are on the United States. And you mentioned a few about the current state of the Trump administration. But I'm personally deeply concerned about the current status of the United States, and many of the textbooks that we've been familiarized with, check and balance in the US politics and independence of the Congress and the role played by the Supreme Courts, and how much of the, the United States has to bring in the democratic, values and to sustain those kind of dynamics of the change. But whenever I visit Washington, D.C. over past, 1 and 4 months, I'm really shocked about there has been the significant sense of disappointment and the depression about, especially among the intellectual community, on how much that kind of sustained value that the United States has been, maintaining since foundation and long period of time, have now been relooked in many of the new developments that United States are experiencing. So, Joshua, what is your view on the current state of the U.S. Politics, and how much we can have the optimism?
Yeah, there's probably a reason I talk more about Japan and why I'm optimistic about Japan right now than I am about my own country, right? My mother taught me a long time ago that if you have nothing good to say, don't say anything at all. That's a saying. There's a lot of good things to say about America, but most of them are not related to Washington, D.C. As someone who spent most of my professional career in Washington, D.C., it pains me to say that, because people like me are people that should be going to Washington. I left Washington to go to New York because of the way Washington was becoming. And that's not a statement about President Trump, just to be very clear about this. This is a statement about both President Trump and President Biden. I'm an ageist. I have a problem when a young country like America has 80-year-old presidents. If we can't find people that are capable of leading our country who are under the age of 80, then we need to look to Japan, for an example. Your politicians are young compared to the leaders in my country. So let me just be really direct. Washington, D.C. is currently not part of the solution in most cases we're talking about. You talk about think tanks. I don't think there's as much thinking going on because it's more tactical. I think that in many ways, the optimism I have about my country is happening outside of the headlines. It's not happening at the summit level. It's not happening with the leaders that are currently in place. It is deeply disturbing to me to watch what has happened in the last year and a half, not because there's anything wrong with the broader view of the America First agenda. It's the way it's been executed, right? Eliminating USAID, eliminating the U.S. Institute of Peace, eliminating things that have value, even if they weren't functioning. So that's why I do think that, obviously, I talk about positive things. I think there's an opportunity for Japan when there's a void, because I deeply hope that Japan can fill that void before China does. Like, that's a real problem. But I think that you never want to bet against America. Many countries have made that mistake, including Japan in the past. And so you don't want to bet against America. And so coming at America from a negative point of view does not work very well. I think you really need to understand what America is going through. We are tired. We don't believe that globalization has served our purposes. We understand why it's useful for the world, but we're the ones paying with our soldiers and our military forces in a world in which increasingly technology companies and technology infrastructure is driving it. We're paying the R&D but not seeing the benefits, and people, whether in Singapore or Taiwan, are getting the benefit. There's a frustration developing. And also, there's a big difference in America, because of how big we are, between the kind of East Coast and West Coast, and then Texas and other parts of America. So it's really hard for me to talk about America as one thing right now. I think you really have to break it up. And so if I want to be positive, I talk about Sedona, where you just came back from. I talk about New York and the Silicon Alley. I talk about Silicon Valley. I talk about Texas and the innovations happening there. So don't give up on America, but maybe spend less time focused on the White House and the Washington, D.C., and figure out how you can have the best influence and opportunity. You're the largest investor in America. Nobody knows that in America. You guys are doing so much as Japanese companies, and you don't expect much in return. That doesn't feel like a symbiotic relationship. It feels one-sided, and it's my responsibility as the president of Japan Society and also a friend to help you figure out the right voice that you need to have, because my impression is that Japanese are very good about thinking through problems. You're not necessarily good at promoting those yourself.
Right, and America remains to be the democracy, and it's a lot of political cycle comes up, starting from the midterm election, but you have a series of presidential elections lined up. We all wonder how fundamental this shift has been under the second Trump administration. Of course, that the first Trump administration has a lot of like a prelude towards that. But we are in the community of geoeconomics all know that the Biden administration also inherited a lot of those economic security measures, export control, internal investment restriction measures, procurements, and all things have been even strengthened under the Biden administration by focusing really much on the internal, production capacity and employment and the industrial policies and so on. And then the Trump 2.0 comes in. So that there has been a swinging kind of state of ideological standpoints and how they, perceive in the world. But there's a lot of like a convergence and commonality, across the partisan basis of how you identify the America. So would you say a few words on this?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think this has been a decade-long swing. This wasn't just the last 1 year. Now, we have seen in the last year the monumental changes. I think somebody talked about the world order shifting. It does feel like in the last year and a half that things are dramatically shifting. I don't think this is going to be fixed in the next term, right? This is a generational shift that's happening. And I think in general, that's what's happening. There's a generational shift happening here. And until we have a new generation leading, you're going to have old grudges from the 1980s and other viewpoints of the world that may not necessarily be future-oriented. Because a lot of what I see coming out of Washington right now is grievance-based. It's retribution, it's revenge. They've been taking advantage of us. We want to do this. And of course, as you mentioned, in many ways, when the Biden administration came in, it felt like the world took a collective sigh and said, okay, good, this is the America that we're used to seeing. But I think you kind of got lulled into this, right? The first Trump term was a surprise to many people, even to many Americans. We did not fully expect that after Obama, when we thought that all the problems of America and multiculturalism had won, that there would ever be this type of president. We miscalculated, we misunderstood, and I think that the grievances in many parts of my country are being seen. And rather than talking and finding ways of finding common ground, we're retrenching into our little pockets. And so this isn't going to go away in the next 10 years. So get prepared for an America, whether it's a Democrat or a Republican next time around, who's going to have a more transactional, a more nationalistic, a more populist view of the world. Now, there are some that are better than others, and I think one of the things that allies like Japan can do is when you are going to do things, make sure you do it in a bipartisan way. Historically, Japan has been one of the few safe spaces. If you go to Washington, the embassy of Japan is one of the few places you can see Democratic senators and congressmen, along with Trump administration officials and Republicans. You won't find that anywhere else. That's not the way Washington used to be, but increasingly Japan is a safe space. And even here, you have, whether it's Charlie Kirk or Steve Bannon flying here and giving speeches. So Japan is a place where there can be conversation. We need to have more of that in my own country. And again, in the blue bubbles like in New York City or in California, we need to be more open to having conversations. But increasingly, with the gerrymandering and the kind of zero-sum game of politics, both sides have lost trust in each other, and that's not coming back anytime soon. And Japan saying, oh, wouldn't it be nice to do the way it was back between Reagan and Clinton, that's not the world we live in anymore. You're going to have to deal with the realities of the cage fight we have in American politics right now.
Great. So, Joshua, you've been observing Japan for long decades. And my simple question that is Japan, specifically that Takaichi administration, doing a good job for the United States? And what is it? And if not, what is what we are missing in the dynamics of the United States?
So if this is a comparison game, then Japan's doing great. Because compared to everybody else, I think Japan is doing the best. But I don't like to compare myself to others. I like to see, this is a very Japanese thing, right? What is the best version of you? I think Takaichi and Japan can do better than they are right now. I think part of it is Japan is so focused on the balancing act, it's not thinking long-term enough. And I think you need to ask the question, what is your own national interest? It's really interesting to me that many Japanese in this type of setting can't articulate clearly what Japan's own national interest is. Whereas I think most Americans, we have differing views. I mean, I love the word ikigai, right? The Japanese word. If you ask an American, what is our ikigai? It's freedom. If I ask you what your ikigai is, you'd probably give me a personal answer, but you couldn't answer that for Japan. That's mottainai. That's a problem. And I think Japan really needs to think not about its relationship with America or about what others are doing, but what do you want? You are an island nation. You can protect yourself. What do you want to be? How do you want to show up? We're living in peak Japan right now. Everybody loves you. You can't find matcha anywhere. You can't get anime. You can't get food. It's the craziest thing. What are you going to do with that? Because right now, you guys are complaining about the number of tourists coming in. You're raising taxes on everybody. That's all good from my point of view. But I think in managing America, you are too focused on the political side, and you're not using the leverage that you have. Anybody who's visited America, we just had the Japan Day parade on Saturday in New York. Pouring rain. I thought nobody would come. We had 50,000 people that came out in the pouring rain because they wanted to have some connection to Japan. And I think the Japanese were surprised, looking around saying, why do people like us so much? And you go to the National Cherry Blossom Festival in DC, I'm just amazed at the Japanese kind of, aw shucks, I can't believe that people like us. Like, okay, that was 10 years ago. Let's move forward. How do you use it? And so I think that Takaichi, on a personal level, has understood how to deal with Trump. But organizationally, from a national security perspective, you have to complement that. It's not enough that she has a good relationship with Trump. There's many other things coming up, including the SOFA agreement, including investment, that need to be worked out. And there are many other players that need to be involved.
Okay, so slightly going beyond the question of Japan and U.S.-Japan alliance, it's about the U.S. Prioritization in the world affairs. And we read carefully about national security strategy that was released in December last year. And then there was a, Trump corollary to Monroe Doctrine, and by looking at the Western Hemisphere, the prioritized strategic theater, and seems to be iconed by U.S. intervention in Venezuela. But it seems to be that the United States worldview is less to, traditionally based like a maritime superpower base, having a lot of access space in friends and allies access, and then to engage in the global affairs through rules and institutions. Now those kind of jargons are gone, and pretty much, concentrated on the concentric base of viewing the world from the United States. It's like much more like a continental way of looking at it. So that's why Mexico, Canada comes in, and Panama, Caribbean states, Cuba, and then transatlantic relationship to NATO, Gaza, Ukraine, and Iran. And seemingly that in that context, we don't know how the Indo-Pacific has now been built. Used to be called the strategic theater, and U.S.-China relationship as a major strategic competition that the United States has been facing. So that probably we do still have a wishful thinking. Whatever the predatory status that the United States has been doing over Europe, Middle East, and other places, well, Asia, you can find more continuity than differences. So anchoring the United States as a stable player in Asia still works. Is that too much wishful thinking?
No, I don't think it's wishful. I just think that the problem is if you are following the national security document too carefully, you're being too majime, right? Like, I don't actually think many of our officials are following those documents carefully very much anymore because it's less based on what's written as opposed to the rule of jungle. And the rule of jungle is you constantly are having to show your power and your strength. And I think your point is a good one. America is a continental power. And when you talk about energy, like America has energy independence. In some ways, the Straits of Hormuz is a bigger problem for you in Asia than it is for us. And you can see that playing out with the way the Trump administration is prosecuting this war. And I think the way you just described those concentric circles is absolutely the case. And I think that you can understand why you would think that way. I happen to believe that the future is going to be in the Indo-Pacific. So I would like to make sure that America is strongly anchored, and we will not be able to have the ability to influence if we don't use our alliances strategically. And the way I currently see America going, I would not be, I could not fault Japan or Australia or any of our treaty allies from beginning to deprioritize us. Because sometimes the way we show up and the way that we are pressuring doesn't feel like a two-way street. It feels like when we need you, you better come, but when you need us, we may or may not come. And I think that's what we're all watching for in China, right? We're watching to see what comes out of the president's mouth about Taiwan. If he says that he's not going to sell weapons anymore, he says that we're not going to be there, there's no more strategic ambiguity, that's a big problem. Taiwan is a democracy. Taiwan is an ally. It matters deeply. It's a frontline state. If Taiwan goes the same way as Hong Kong, then if I'm Japan, I'm not feeling very good because basically what you just described is a world of regions in which America gets to have the Western Hemisphere and China gets Asia. That doesn't sit very well with me as somebody who believes in the importance of US-Japan. And so I think that it is important to read, it's important to look at that, but the way it's working in the real world, I think you almost have to try to intervene directly and say, look, this is where the interests are. And I think sometimes the last person to get to the president about certain things is going to be the one who has it. That's why Takaichi showing up to Washington matters. That's why getting Scott Bessent here in Tokyo right before he goes to China matters. I think presence matters. Personal diplomacy matters more than whatever channels are going between the Pentagon and the Defense Department here.
Right. I'll definitely come back to the U.S.-China debate in a few moments. But before that, let's go to the Middle East because Joshua also spent so many years in the Middle East and Middle Eastern expert. And I wonder how the current war in Iran could terminate. Seems to be there are different priorities and different layers of the timeline really matters. One is, of course, military rationale, and you have a nuclear issue, you have a proxy issues, and you have Israel, and how to figure out those kind of dynamics rationally is one way to look at it. But you also have energy timeline, which has been discussed in the previous session. Time is ticking towards so many. You heard about the kalbi, right? I mean, it's all the kind of potato chips packaging and now becoming black and white in a few weeks. And that's also, really real sense of what has been changing in the timeline of the energy is the second thing. And then you have a political timeline. Definitely that midterm election matters. How do you decipher those?
Yeah, I mean, I thought, I spent my early career in Turkey and the Middle East, and in many ways, the Middle East is this place that America always tries to get out of, but it always gets sucked back in. It's kind of like the battleground of dead empires. And it's fascinating because in the Middle East, there are two democracies, Israel and Turkey, and then you've got a bunch of authoritarian states. And so as a result, they're operating on different timelines. And the problem is when you have a country like Iran that doesn't have the military capability to get its way, but you have an America that has the military capability but not the political will to get its way, then how do you end here? The good news is I think the President of the United States is very flexible. he can declare victory and kind of go away and say, I'll leave it to Israel. I mean, in many ways, what's happening in Israel in terms of their politics, where you now have a coalition against Bibi Netanyahu, that might end the war in Iran quicker than anything on the ground.
Why it's not happened today?
Exactly. Well, because there hasn't been an election, right? So if there's an election, and I think that's the Japanese point of view on this. And so I do think that from a military point of view, the president and Pete Hegseth, our Secretary of War, keep on focusing on the precision and the ability for America to strike every target. We've hit every military target, but we still can't win the war because it's not a purely military war. And now that we're in this cycle, you're going to have to find regional players that you can leave things to. And I think the conversation we had earlier about the UAE stepping out of OPEC, and is there going to be more tension in the Gulf between Saudis and the other Gulf states, that could lead to interesting problems. The interesting thing is right now, everybody's pretty unified against Iran right now. Iran has not done anything to help itself. And the question is, are countries like China and Russia that are currently spoilers, they can't change the outcome in a positive way, but they can keep things in a bad way. Is America going to cut a deal of some sort? Because I think America long term is not interested in regime change in Iran. That's what Israel wants, right? And I think that's where we've had a big debate and tension here. And I think that's where, it's great that Pakistan is playing this role, but I'd much rather see Turkey or Japan or another country play that role, because when you have an authoritarian state playing that role, it's not on the same timeline. You need democracies. And I think that's, in the Middle East, that's the problem. You have these very few democracies, and then you have these authoritarian states that are on different timelines.
Right, great. So let's go to U.S.-China, and many will pay attention to what's going to happen from tomorrow. There's so many speculations. Some says that there should not be a great deal between two sides, and there's too much diversification of the mutual interests on Taiwan, and that's too fundamental, so you cannot really touch upon. And that's one point of view. But second is that President Trump creates the surprises, and seems to be that a lot of like a very kind of feather touch type of sensitivity on Taiwan issue, which our Prime Minister has stepped forward. But for example, Taiwan's Relations Act, 6 assurances, and bringing in the pledge that not to support the independence, and those kind of wordings are very important to manage so-called the strategic ambiguity over the cross-strait relationship. And I don't think that there has been upgraded understanding about how you really diplomatically try to stay a course. So that in terms of the strategic signaling is concerned, I think we can expect a lot of surprises from the terminologies and lexicon from the Trump administration. So what's your viewpoint on what's going to happen in the next few days?
I mean, in some ways, I've emphasized this a few times, but let me come back to it. The current people on the plane with President Trump, there's a lot of his family members that are with him, which tells me something, right? The president wants to personally be seen as cutting a deal with China, which I think is possible on the economic side. And I think China is ready to cut a deal that looks good, that President Trump can hold up and say, I got a deal, I got soybeans, I got beef, I got different things that matter to Americans, I got a Boeing contract. But I think there's a price, and the question is the price that President Trump may be willing to pay, because from his point of view, okay, it's just words. I'll say something about Taiwan. Does it have an impact? And again, will Secretary Rubio, will Secretary Hegseth, will the institutions that keep that relationship strong have more influence than the president's sons and daughters and the people on that plane with him? Steve Miller, like when you look at that manifest, it's very unusual, right? Like that is not normally, from a national security point of view, the people that you would have there. And so I think we have to wait. I'm cautiously optimistic, because I think that the bar is set so low for this visit, right? It was canceled and it was uncanceled. And I think that the Americans are, the only thing that everybody can agree on is that China is a competitor at this point. So there's a lot of political pushback that's going to be coming his way. And so I think he has to cut a deal that looks really good, and there's going to be a lot of smiling, and there'll be a lot of handshakes, there'll be a lot of red carpets. And I think China will do what it does best, which is to do the pomp and circumstance, because they want the respect of being a G2. And if countries like Japan can kind of swallow the pride and say, okay, fine, we don't like the G2, but concretely, is there anything in this deal that's a deal breaker for us? And I think given that Takaichi has been on the front lines on Taiwan, and in many ways China has been imposing economic war against Japan, and Japan has stood tall and been able to, not only with the election results where she won with a landslide, made a clear statement, I think that regionally speaking, it's going to be okay. But again, unpredictability, you could always imagine a scenario where, President Trump makes a deal that he thinks from his point of view is good. But again, the personal versus the institutional. That's why, I hope that there will be a deal. That's my prediction. There will be a deal. The question is, what type of deal? If this is a traditional type of deal where there's a lot of, economic, goodies and omiyages that he brings back, that's not a bad thing. We need stability in U.S.-Japan. I think everybody wants U.S. and China to be more predictable. China's the only country that has been able to push directly back against Trump. When it came to tariffs, we blinked. Rare minerals, we blinked. And so I think this is where, in many ways, I hope that there's no blinking and that there at least is some type of realistic approach that comes out of it. And I think that's why Takaichi's been having the conversations. That's why regional allies are paying very close attention, and they're all talking to the Trump administration right now.
Great. So we'll come to the final question. We are now short-sighted about dealing with everyday issue. There's too many wars in the world, starting from Ukraine, but Yemen, Iran, and also that flashpoints and potentials and many where. But largely speaking, that 2024 was a year of the election around the world. 2025, everybody's look at Trump administration, and 26, lots of I think at potential prelude to so many structural change seems to be happening, including role played by middle powers and allies in stepping up for new formula of how they identify in the international affairs. Down the road in 3, 5 to 10 years, what do you see that the structure of the international relations might look like, and your one of the desired version of how the world might look like, and what would be your concerns or nightmare scenario in coming years?
So unfortunately, what I currently see is a return to the 1920s. We had a big Great Depression in America. There was the beginning of fascism and basically the beginning of war. That's what, if nothing happens and we go back to great power politics, that's what we're heading towards. And this time around, it will be much more devastating. So I hope that a country like Japan that's experienced Hiroshima and Nagasaki can remind us that that isn't an option. The fact that the U.S. and Japan, which had pretty good relations after the Russo-Japanese War, began to go downhill in the 1920s. So if the 2020s are going to be different, I think we need to start by being more actively involved as citizens and holding our governments to account and not taking the kind of traditional shikatakanai approach. I can't control what my government's going to do. I voted for him, but I don't know what he's doing. I'm not responsible for what comes out of his mouth. That's not the way this works. It doesn't matter whether you voted for the president or not. You have a responsibility as a citizen in America to play the role at your local level and to be part of all the different chambers of commerces, to be part of the different societies, and to be part of a world that looks for solutions and not admires problems. And I think that's where I want Japan to get off the sidelines. I think Japan has spent 80 years on the sidelines, and for 80 years it's followed the lead carefully and has kind of put behind it much of the history that many of your regional neighbors continue to remind you of, and it's time to move on. And it's time to think about where Japan can play a critical role, sometimes in those conflict areas. The fact that we have an active war in Europe, we have an active war in the Middle East, that's not okay. This cannot be the status quo. This can't be the way we live. And unfortunately, there's a generation of us that are growing up who basically have never known what war is, and I'm worried that they're going to forget what my grandfathers had to do when they fought against Japan. I never want to see that again. It's personal for me. That's the reason I've written the books I have. And I think it's why the work you do, the work of this institute, and everybody in this room matters. So we can't simply be complacent and be like, okay, well, the president's saying these things, the prime minister says that. Like, we voted and elected them. And now we have the responsibility as citizens to hold them accountable, and as companies, make sure the investments that we're making as corporate citizens have a responsibility behind it. Because if the world's going to be, like I predicted, more about geoeconomics, then we need to take that seriously and not simply let other actors come in and play that role.
Yeah, and please search Joshua Walker in Amazon, and you find his great book as a Dosanko American, viewing about current U.S.-Japan relationship. Great book to read. So thank you very much, Joshua, for your contribution to the Geoeconomic Summit, and please join me by thanking Joshua.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walker and Dr. Jimbo. We will now have a 10-minute break. The next event will be Panel Session 2, Strategy Amidst Weaponized Economics. We will be starting again at 4:30 p.m., so please be sure to return to your seat by then. ただいまより10分間の休憩に入ります。休憩を挟んでこちらの会場におきましてパネルセッション2武器化する経済における戦略とはを行います。再開は16時30分を予定しております。お時間までにお席にお戻りください。 We will now begin panel session 2 on strategy amidst weaponized economics. Joining us on stage are Dr. Taeho Park, President of Seoul Forum for International Affairs, Mr. Paolo Maguri, President Advisory Board at ISPI. And leading this session will be our moderator, Dr. Yuichi Hosoya, Group Head at IOG's Europe and Americas Group. Please be advised that Ambassador Cara Hills, who was originally scheduled to participate in this session, is unfortunately unable to join us today due to unforeseen circumstances. Please take the stage. The floor is yours.
Welcome back to Geoeconomics Summit. I'm Yuichi Hosoya. I'm, as is introduced before, I'm a group head of Europe-Asia group within the IOG and also the research director within the API. In this session, panel discussion 2, we will focus perhaps one of the most difficult and important agendas which we are now facing, that is the weaponized economics. Maybe in this room, many people are familiar with this concept, the weaponized economics. Unlike before, global economy has been transformed into a different system, and in which we, or each country, need to respond to this difficult question, weaponized economics. This is a very important but difficult question, but fortunately in this session, we have two truly distinguished speaker panelists. So let me introduce briefly two speakers. The first one is Professor Bak Taeho. Professor Bak Taeho is currently president of Seoul Forum for International Affairs, and also Professor Emeritus at the Seoul National University. But beforehand, between 2011 and 2013, he was a Minister for Trade of the Korean government. But including this, he led many negotiations, trade negotiations within the Korean government. And then the second speaker is Professor Paolo Maguri. Professor Maguri is perhaps one of the most distinguished and famous scholars of international politics, and currently he's a president of the advisory board of the ISPI, Italian Institute for International Political Studies, perhaps the most famous or one of the most famous think tanks in Italy. At the same time, he is professor of international relations at Bocconi University, very famous university in Italy. And in this session, we will focus, as I mentioned, at this difficult question of the weaponized economics. Korea, Europe, Japan all face this difficult question. Unlike before, we now face two giants who tend to weaponize economic interdependent relations. One is our common ally, of course, United States. And the other one is basically our biggest trading partner, China. So we cannot deny or ignore these two giants. Of course, we need to maintain good relationship with both of them. But at the same time, they're presenting quite different kind of trade policy, which we are not quite familiar with. So we need to have new strategy. We need to have a new understanding of the current situation. So that, let me ask in the beginning one question to panelists. The question is, how do you two observe Korean and European geoeconomic strategy in response to this weaponized economics in the current changing global order. From the point of view, we really need to learn from our like-minded partners of how our like-minded partners are responding to these challenges, or how these countries are formulating their own strategy responding to these challenges. So first, may I ask Professor Bank to present your view on Korean strategy and how Korea has been responding to these challenges?
So for my initial remarks,
of course,
I will
please.
use the podium.
Please.
I didn't prepare the slide. It's much better for me to read from the podium. That's why I'm using this podium. First of all, I would like to thank the Institute of Geoeconomics for inviting me to this very prestigious gathering. I would also like to thank Professor Hosoya for the kind introduction. As Professor Hosoya mentioned this afternoon, I would like to briefly share my thoughts on how Korea has responded to weaponized economics, as well as a short of my thinking on the future of global trade order. Maybe we can discuss this later. Let me begin with Korea's response to weaponized economics. There's a Korean proverb, a shrimp's back breaks in a fight between whales. This is our traditional proverb. For decades, Korea, a mid-sized economy, has feared being squeezed between the United States and China. But today, I can argue maybe the shrimp has learned how to navigate and perhaps even steer. Well, Korea's experience with weaponized economics is not theoretical or not abstract. It's real, recent, and instructive. As you know, Korea is in a very difficult yet important position in the global economy. Korea is a trade-dependent economy with exports accounting for roughly 40% of its GDP. And Korea is also a key player in global supply chain in semiconductor, batteries, shipbuilding, and steel. Korea has a foundational security alliance with the United States, yet China remains Korea's largest trading partner. This exposure is not abstract. Let me give you one concrete example which happened in the past. In 2016, when Korea agreed with the United States to deploy the kind of technical word THAAD missile defense system, China responded with a wave of unofficial economic retaliation. Chinese group tour to Korea virtually stopped in next year, in 2017. K-pop performance were pulled from Chinese media. Approvals for Korean online video games were halted. Lotte, the company that provided the land for THAAD missiles, eventually had to withdraw its retail business from China entirely. The third case was the moment Korea learned very directly that economic interdependence can be weaponized. Let me share 3 lessons that have shaped Korea's response. First, supply chain sovereignty requires proactive investment, not reactive policy. Korea has moved deliberately to diversify away from single-source dependencies in critical minerals, materials, and key manufacturing components. Korea is currently participating in the Mineral Security Partnership and considering joining the US-led agreement on trade in critical minerals. In addition, Korea is engaged in discussions with the European Union and Japan to strengthen cooperation on critical minerals. Korean firms have also invested heavily in domestic semiconductor and battery factories. Korea has learned that economic security is not a quick fix. It requires long-term investment in the country's fundamental structure. Second lesson, multilateral framework matter, but they must be built before the crisis, not during it. Korea has been an active participant in the CHIP4 Alliance, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, and various supply chain dialogues. None of these are perfect. However, they have helped Korea have a voice when important rules are being made on export controls, on critical minerals, and on digital trade. Nations that engage early in shaping the architecture of economic security have far more influence than those that simply react to it. Thirdly, our export model itself is evolving. In 2025, Korea's exports surpassed $700 billion for the first time, with export to the United States reaching $123 billion despite the difficult tariff environment. More than 70% of those exports are now intermediate goods, materials, parts, and equipment, much of it flowing to overseas affiliates of Korean firms. The correlation between Korea's outward direct investment and its intermediate goods export is now more than 0.94. Korea's strategy going forward is to deepen this model. In other words, to expand exports linked to overseas investment, particularly by supplying high value-added inputs to global operations. This will sustain export growth while keeping high-quality jobs at home. I should add that this strategy is also being tested by our most important partner. At the APEC leaders meeting held in Korea last October, Korea agreed with the United States to invest $20 billion annually over the 10 years period in the US designated projects, plus an additional $150 billion for the reconstruction of US shipbuilding. These agreements with the United States were made in exchange for reducing US reciprocal tariffs on Korean goods from 25 to 15%. The Korean-US Free Trade Agreement, which had been in force since 2012, making over 98% of bilateral trade tariff-free, was effectively nullified overnight. The Korean government is currently working closely with the Korean firms to ensure that these investments I just mentioned are mutually beneficial to both United States and Korea. Nonetheless, Korean companies considering investing in the United States at Washington's request raised several concerns, including high tariffs on intermediate goods to be imported from Korea for their US manufacturing operations, as well as uncertainty regarding visas for Korean personnel working at the US manufacturing site. We are working through these challenges, but they illustrate how even alliance relationships are being reshaped by economic statecraft. This brings me to a broader point. Professor Hosoya mentioned that this is a topic we can discuss later, but I will say something about this. Tariffs, subsidies, industrial policies are no longer the preserve of developing economies. They have become mainstream instrument of statecraft, including among allies. The fundamental question is this: how do we maintain solidarity among like-minded nations when economic competition is intensifying within that very group? I took Prime Minister Mark Carney's call at Davos this year for middle powers like Canada, Japan, Korea to act together very seriously. But I think we should be realistic. creating an entirely new middle power bloc for sensitive trade issues would be extremely difficult. The more practical path is to achieve use of the institutions we already have. In this context, the CPTPP in particular will become increasingly important since it is comprehensive and highly liberalizing, and also the United Kingdom has joined. Korea is pursuing accession. I was wondering if European Union to seriously consider joining the CPTPP as well, which would further strengthen its role in the global trading system. In the first session, Mr. Novo, you mentioned that. I totally agree with you. I think we are sharing the same kind of position. But it may be difficult. The EU as a whole can join the CPTPP, but maybe individual countries. In addition, the WTO should allow for more flexible and inclusive plurilateral agreements in areas such as overcapacity, economic security, supply chain, investment facilitation, things like that. Rather than strictly adhering to consensus-based decision-making that yields virtually little progress, it may be more practical to allow limited MFN exceptions if they contribute to stabilizing and improving the global trading system. Let me conclude. Korea is not a great power, but Korea is a technologically advanced, strategically located, alliance-embedded democracy that has had no choice but to develop sophisticated responses to the weaponized economics, from THAAD to semiconductor controls to tariff negotiations. Challenge before all of us is not simply to survive the era of weaponized economics, it is to shape it so that economic security and an open international trade order remains compatible, not contradictory. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Bak, for sharing your view on how Korea has been responding to the challenges relating to weaponized economics. As you mentioned, of course, Japan and Korea are not like United States or China. But at the same time, I feel that Korea is a really, really pivotal, important player in the field of the global trade. So we cannot exclude nor ignore the important role that Korea is now playing. Of course, Europe is another key player, central player in the global trade. And Europe has been occupying a special place in the global trade. And I think that at the same time, the European Union has been defining and deciding the direction of global economy. Of course, Italy is one of the important players within the EU. Particularly today, I think Italian role becomes further more important because of the leadership of your Prime Minister, because of the close relationship of your Prime Ministers with President Donald Trump. So I'm really looking forward to have your wisdom on how Europe, Italy, has been responding to this challenge.
First of all, thanks for the invitation. I'm sorry I will disappoint you, but as a rule, when abroad, I only talk about Italy if you ask me about soccer. When I talk in panel, I talk about Europe. Today, I'm lucky enough because I will have only preliminary remarks on Europe, because the real speaker on Europe will be soon Carl Bildt, which will be in the next session. So I will share some comment. But let me start with my personal little story, little experience on how I felt the world has gradually moved from the age of economics to the age of geoeconomics, to the age of weaponized economy. As Carl knows, my hometown in Italy is Bergamo. It's 50 kilometers from Milano, but it's important, relevant, because unfortunately it was the epicenter of the COVID pandemic in 2020. Yes, of course, after Wuhan, but only a couple of weeks after Wuhan. So we were the epicenter immediately after Wuhan, facing the challenges of no mask, no ventilators, no equipment, of course, no vaccines. Because after decades of optimistic age of economics, the age of just-in-time, the age of the cheapest, the best, everything we needed was produced far away. Vietnam, China, or many other places. But luckily, we were the first, still living in the age of more or less united we stand, of solidarity. So we were in need, and we received help from Japan. I remember the Nippon Foundation and others. But even at the same time, in the same moment, from Russia, China, and a little bit less, because Trump was already there, from United States. A lot of propaganda. I remember I was shocked to see, because the Russians sent soldiers to deliver equipment. So at the airport, small airport of my city, we had Russian soldiers in uniform delivering goods to us. And then Chinese with the flag and the big plane, but all delivering aids. Then COVID spread everywhere, and fear spread everywhere. And we moved into a temporary every man for himself world, in which everyone was protecting himself, keep introducing export control, competing when the vaccine arrived with vaccine, and protecting their own population. That was temporary. Then came Ukraine, then came US-China tension, trade tension and tariff, then Iran, and we increasingly moved into the free-for-all world, the jungle, what's mentioned by a speaker before me, in which we have moved into a systemic weaponization of the economy, systemic fear, and systemic need of protection on defense, on trade, on technology, on energy, on commodity. Now, what about Europe? How does Europe fit into this picture of reacting to this weaponized economy? There is a sometimes prevailing or diffuse narrative abroad, sometimes even in Italy, which describes Europe as the designated victim. You know, there is a movie cycle, Designated Survivor, and we are described as the designated victim of this weaponized economy. Why? Because in an age in which national interest gets merged with the economy, geoeconomics is that. National interest, we are not a nation. In an age in which defense becomes relevant, we are peace lover. Trump would say we are free riders in defense, so we have a problem. In the age in which quick and fast is crucial, we are a slow motion group of countries. Let me now reflect on how this narrative is correct. By the way, sometimes it's not in this case, but sometimes it's quite bizarre. I was recently invited in a couple of meetings abroad in which the original title of the session was Europe Les Miserables, and another one was Europe Is the Sunset Arriving? And of course, me and the other panelists asked the title to be changed, otherwise we would not participate. But let's try to comment briefly on how we are reacting without being triumphalistic, but trying to be realistic. Because Europe's response is not revolutionary, but it is no longer naive. It's clearly responding to this new world, it's clearly a challenge, as it is, as was mentioned by my colleague from Korea, as it is for the other countries. Having said that, I will try to read Europe's reaction through 4 variables. How aware we are that the world is changed, how much political will do we have to react, do we have time on our side, and do we have money to react, to do what is required to react. On awareness, I'm extremely positive. The change is very clear. Everything that has happened has forced strategic awakening, and which has materialized in 3 reports, the Nihisto, the Draghi, and the Letta report. On the second point, political will, I'm still very positive. We have moved from declaration to instruments, Repower Europe, the Critical Raw Material Act, the CHIP Act, the Anti-Coercion Instrument, Defense Initiative, cybersecurity rules. We also moved from awareness to money, but the scale is still an issue. The Draghi report spoke of approximately 800 billion. Updated estimates talk about more than 1 trillion, and existing tools, we have to be realistic, are not there yet. And on time, on some measure, we are in the short run, so meaning they are being implemented and we can expect results in a few years. On other, in our country, like in other places, we need more time, meaning from 8 to 15 years to become really autonomous. But let me now explore briefly 3 areas utilizing these 4 variables. The third one is energy. In energy, after 2022, we have learned that chip dependence it's the past, and we are learning it again in this year. And with the program Repower Europe, we have designed a new phase of our energy policy, mobilizing significant resources, more than approximately 100 billion. So we are very good in awareness. We are extremely good on political will. We have plans for the short run, but on money, we are not there, because what is needed is approximately 4 times what is available right now. And there is a huge question mark on Hormuz, of course, because on one side, it's increased awareness and the will to move fast, but on the other side, money, we are now currently utilizing our money to pay for subsidies and not to change our sources in the long term. The second area, briefly, is on critical minerals and rare earths. We have recognized the high dependence on China, and the Critical Raw Material Act has clearly set 2030 targets. At least 10% of consumption extracted in Europe, 40% processed in Europe, 25% from recycling. This is clearly the right direction, but time is crucial here. Timeline, it matters. Mines, refining capacity, and recycling chains takes years, while coercion can, as you all know, can happen overnight. So on rare earth, we are very good in awareness, very good on political will. We have money, but time is crucial. We need, in some cases, 10 to 12 years, and we may not have 10, 12 years. On defense, last area. Here, the change is dramatic. EU member states' defense spending actually doubled from 2020 in 2025. Defense investment increased 40%. And this figure clearly shows political will and money. But Europe still has fragmentation, duplication, and dependence on non-European technology. We already have a budget which is twice the Russian budget and more than China. but we lack coordination of investment and spending. So we have an issue here which is time, coordination, and time is crucial because if we want to move fast, we will increase dependency from America or rather supplier. If we want to be independent, we may be slow. So what is the final assessment? The final assessment is that designated victim is not sleeping, awareness is high, political will is stronger than before, but we still have, as many other, a problem with money, especially in energy security, a problem with time in critical materials, a problem in coordination in defense. The European answer is therefore neither catastrophic nor triumphalistic. We are facing, as others, two tests. The first test, very important, is whether we can become autonomous without becoming inward-looking. And the second test is whether we are able to transform a crisis in an opportunity without being rhetorical on this expression, or if a crisis becomes a distraction. Crisis as an opportunity is because a crisis increases our awareness and willingness to move. The crisis as a distraction is the crisis where divert money from long-term plan to short-term reaction. So our challenge is, as we're not the only one facing it, is to protect without closing. Partnering, you mentioned, with other countries, middle power countries in the world, Japan, Korea, and Canada, and many other. Our goal is, Europe's goal is to build up a credible resilience, open when possible, protected when necessary, and much faster than in the past. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Magri, for sharing your view on how Europe has been responding to this question while mentioning about the realistic problems that Europe, of course, not just Europe, but both Japan and Korea as well, are now facing, like the necessity of money, for sufficient financial resources, the necessity of time, and the importance of timeline, particularly when we think about the rare earths. In the beginning of your remarks, you mentioned about Italy. And in the world of football, Italy has been always a superpower. But even superpower is defeated by smaller powers. And that
I should have said tennis. You know, I was stupid. I mentioned soccer at the time in which Italy should. I could not even talk about soccer on Italy. So I was mentioning tennis, Sinner.
Okay, but well, that reminds me of the importance lesson because even superpower can be defeated by smaller power, and that can be a good lesson to the current superpowers in the international politics, like, of course, United States and China. So we cannot see the future, and that means that even though we know that there are two giants, United States and China, but if middle powers can collaborate more deeply and effectively, maybe that coalition can define the future framework of the world. And of course, Europe, Japan, Korea, and Canada, together with some other like-minded partners. Maybe we can define the future, but beforehand, we need to coordinate differences because there are so many differences, barriers, and at the same time, as I mentioned in the beginning, we cannot exclude the United States nor China. Of course, particularly United States, because United States is our valuable ally. And there are many good peoples. There are many good Americans, as we see in this room. And of course, we really hope to continue to strengthen our ties with not just good Americans, but maybe with some bad Americans because, well, good Americans because they are our friends. But at the same time, well, our interests define the future foreign relations. And our interests rise in the United States. So at least we cannot reject the importance of our alliance relationship with the United States. But at the same time, as I mentioned, it is essential, first of all, to respond to the current challenges first, and then also it is essential because Japan, European countries, Korea as well, we are weaker than those giants. We need to have a better strategy to respond to these challenges. In the beginning of this session, I forgot to mention about what weaponized economics is. Of course, many of the audience in this room might be familiar with the concept because, of course, there are so many experts, senior officials, business leaders. They are really, really familiar with many updated international trends. But let me briefly describe what this weaponized economics is. Weaponized economics is generally defined as, the use of economic tools as instruments of political power to pressure, punish, influence, or constrain another country, company, or group. Instead of using military force, governments, and sometimes large organizations use economic leverage. This definition is given by ChatGPT. Currently, professors, academics need to confess when we use ChatGPT or those AI, that we use it. But not just that, last year, two leading scholars in this field, Henry Farrell and also Abraham Newman, wrote an important article to the Foreign Affairs magazines entitled The Weaponized World Economy. And they wrote about the true opening of the age of weaponized interdependence, as you mentioned, the age of geoeconomics, the age of weaponized economics come. And in their article, they also wrote that the new era will be shaped by weapons of economic and technological coercion, sanctions, and supply chain attacks and export measures that repurpose the main points of control in the infrastructure that underpins the interdependent global economy, unquote. So more and more scholars tend to use the concept of the weaponized economics to describe current situation of the global economy. And we already discussed on that. The next thing is how to respond to this together. And as is already mentioned by two distinguished panelists, it is essential to coordinate our differences, to coordinate our strategies, to create a deeper cooperation and also a much stronger coalition to tackle these issues. So the next question to you, to panelists, is how would you think about the creation of much more effective coalition among like-minded middle powers or liberal democracies, of course? Europe, Japan, and also Korea. These are leading liberal democracies in the world. So we shouldn't be just bystanding by seeing these events, but we need to be a shaper of the events. To shape the events, we need to have much deeper, much more effective cooperation. So let me ask you too on how we can create much better coalition and what is necessary for us to create much stronger coalition. And Professor Bak already mentioned about the possibility of combining EU with the CPTPP. And I'm curious about how and when and whether the Korea enters the CPTPP and the current close cooperation between two leaders, Japan and Korea, can be seen as a good signal to have much closer tie. Of course, EU and Japan are creating much stronger ties. So let me ask you too to share your wisdom on how we can create much more effective coalition, as Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, mentioned the beginning of this year. So Professor Bak.
Yes, thank you, Professor Hosoya. Even though somebody mentioned that that kind of middle power countries coalition is maybe academically naive thinking, in reality it's very, very difficult to do that. To some extent, I agree with them, because if you go back to the history of multilateral trading negotiations, I think it was a Tokyo round in the 70s. They really talk about many important issues, like government procurement, subsidies, meat, aircraft, all kind of things. But the participating country cannot agree upon anything. So we, finished the tariff negotiations, but so-called non-tariff 8 areas we cannot finish. So we allow the participant to make a plurilateral agreement we call code. Among the countries who signed the code, they will actually lead to the agreement, which is really against the multilateral trading system. That's why the Uruguay round in the 80s, they imposed a very important principle, single undertaking. In other words, everything must be completed. Otherwise, we cannot complete anything. So that's difficult to have a plurilateral agreement. So now, if some countries want to do something, then as a WTO member, some other countries say, no, we cannot do that. Then we can repeat this kind of problem forever. So it's time for WTO members to think about more flexible. That's why I mentioned that maybe temporarily exempting MFN principle to certain issues, then we can make some kind of progress. So, but who will take this issue to the WTO? It's very, very difficult. Actually, I think last year, December and early January, United States actually submitted a proposal in a long time, that they need a reform of the WTO, especially subsidies in other areas. So maybe U.S. will gradually come into the WTO, and also maybe they can push for more plurilateral, something like that. We have to see, but awfully difficult. That's why I mentioned CPTPP, which is very high level. This is allowed legally by the WTO, Regional Trade Agreement. So maybe if you expand members. Regarding Korea's membership of CPTPP, it has been discussing for a long, long time. Even when I was a minister, 2013, US suggested we should join the TPP at the time, but we were busy in negotiating our FTA with China. That's why we skipped this opportunity. Right now, we are almost ready, but our subcommittee of our National Assembly must receive the report. The report is already there. This special committee should listen to the report and then allow the government to submit the application. Only we have that kind of steps are left, but since domestic politics on other areas, our government is not pushing yet. But sooner or later, we have a June 3rd, our local government election. After June 3rd, maybe our government will try to submit the application. Then we'll negotiate with Japan and other countries. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for the great news. So how about Professor?
Clearly, dialogue and cooperation among middle power or countries, it's important and crucial. But first, let's be realistic. In many countries, fear prevails, fear to get someone upset. And so you have double approaches. So we should become more independent, but then try at the same time, still try to please the White House, the current leader of the White House, first. Second, I think that it's good to cooperate and to create alternative, but the main focus of this cooperation should be to let the Americans understand that they have to come back. Because what's happening is scaring. My cleaning lady, I was going to TV for a program 2 weeks ago. She told me, but you know, why don't you go on TV and say that we should leave the United States on their own and have an agreement with Russia and China? But this, you say, why do I talk about my cleaning lady? No, because this is exactly what polls with European and Asian say, that United States is considered to be a risk for peace in the world, a challenge, more than Putin. Xi Jinping is even considered to be a contributor to peace, okay? So the main coalition, the main goal with hope of the coalition is to hold on and try to convince the Americans, not the American, that they have to come back. I'm not saying this is easy. I heard the previous speech saying that this will not change, and maybe he is right. But it's clear to everyone that there is no better alternative partnership for us than the United States, and no better partnership for the United States than us. So we have to work on that. And my last point is that we have to work together in sharing the view that an excess of we can die of an excess of protection. So if everyone, like in the 70s with the excess of deterrence, we're bringing the war towards a nuclear war, if everyone protects himself, the world becomes a more dangerous world, economically, politically, military. It's like when you go into a restaurant, you enter a noisy restaurant and you sit at your table, and what do? You raise your voice. But if everyone in the table raise their voice, the noise becomes worse. So it's a terrible cycle, and we have to work with partners like-minded to react now, to send message now, but having in mind that the long term is made by a world in which we have a dialogue with the Americans, and in which we are sober in protecting ourselves, because too much protection is not helpful and not wise. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed. You two are generally regarded as wise men in your own country or globally. And your answers to my questions actually gave us a really, really clear understanding about what we should do. And there are several levels. At the universal level, like United Nations and the WTO, these institutions are in trouble. Then there are regional level, like EU. In Asia, there are several regional frameworks, but sometimes regional solutions itself brings some difficult problem. Then there is a level of a coalition among the like-minded partners approach. And this approach is proposed by, like as mentioned, Prime Minister Mike Carney of Canada, and also in each country, we need to have national strategy to respond to these challenges, to defend our own interests. So there are several different levels, different approaches. And the necessary thing is that we need to combine all of these approaches to defend our own interests. Otherwise, we will be damaged by the turbulence in global politics. It would be better if we can have a Japanese speaker or American speaker in this panel. But actually, in this room, there are so many experts and practitioners, famous leading practitioners, business leaders. So from now on, by using another 15 minutes or so, I like to collect several questions. And maybe, we can have some questions first and for the first round. And please identify your name with your name and affiliation. And if possible, please mention about to whom your question is posed. So then I like to have comments and the questions. Oh, over there, please.
Susumu Shuto from Toshiba Corporation. Thank you very much for the interesting discussions. I have a question for Paolo Mauri-san. And I think the European Union is very unique. I think the European community is very unique because they have an economic tie with each member country as a European Union. At the same time, they have some kind of the tie related to the military as a NATO. So they have a tie-up together as an economically and military. So that is a very unique. No other union is in the world. So do you think that what is the merit you have an economical tie and also a military tie in Europe? And what is the demerit of that?
Could you repeat the final part of your question?
What the merit? I couldn't hear very well. Sorry.
And the European area in Europe, you have two kinds of the community. One is an European Union.
No, I heard the first part. I didn't hear the
final part is okay. Please tell me merit and demerit. You have an economic and military relationship with other countries in Europe.
Among us, you mean? No, okay. As I tried briefly to mention before, we have a deep economic cooperation among the 27, more than cooperation, in some case integration, with problems, because as said, we are not a nation, so we have still protection among ourselves. We are talking about protection with the outside world, but in some cases there are efforts to protect each country's industry or each country bank, each country sector, industrial sector. But overall, we are much integrated. The picture is completely different from the military point of view and defense, because there is no coordination at all in that. We have different armies with different arms system, and we are now working on that. And on top of that, most European countries are NATO members, and so we are working with the Americans and actually with an American lead within NATO, and mostly, and that's why we need a long time, with American technology. So there are completely different pictures, and maybe implicitly you said there should be more equilibrium between the two coordination, and this is a huge and long-lasting debate in Europe, whether we should have as well coordination in defense as we have in the economic field, but I don't think we are there yet.
Well, thank you very much. Yes. Ambassador Akasaka.
Thank you. I'm Kyo Akasaka, president of the Nippon.com. I used to work in the GATT a long time ago, now WTO. I would like to ask a question to Mr. Bach. The current state of play of the WTO is deplorable. When I think about weaponized economics, I think about tariffs used by President Trump as offensive measures rather than defensive measures. In terms of all the rules of the WTO, tariffs are to be reduced for freer trade rather than tariffs to be increased to be used for offensive purposes. That's what President Trump has been doing. In my view, as you mentioned, the regional FTA, CPTPP, is one way of dealing with the current problem. I hope that Korea will join as soon as possible. Costa Rica is going to join us. Now, second thing which has not been talked about is the dispute settlement procedures. In your view, why can't the dispute settlement procedures be fixed in a way that the United States may have to work with? I don't think Professor the view of the like-minded countries working together separately from the United States, that will not work. We have got to work with the United States. We have got to make United States realize and come to senses. But dispute settlement procedures in the first place need to be fixed. What is your view?
Well, when you mention tariff should be reduced rather than increased, this is what exactly what happened to 1930s when U.S. senator and congressmen Smoot and Hawley, they raised the tariff, very highly, and then after that, many domestic people, including firms and consumers, are complaining. So they decide to reduce their own tariff. But they don't want to do it alone. So they start to ask other countries, you should lower the tariff, then I'll lower the tariff. This is exactly kind of format Trump is using it. So we all have a commitment through WTO. It's a legally binding commitment. But he just broke the law. That our legally committed kind of relationship, and that raised the tariff. And then you lower the tariff and then ask, what do you want to give me, It's a very strange thing. I mean, I already explained that Korea has FTA for 13 years. Almost every trade is zero tariff. But now we have to pay 10% tariff. So it's a violation of bilateral agreement, violation of multilateral agreement. So we cannot understand. But as we talk about weaponizing the U.S. has a large market, so he has a leverage, so they can push other countries. I think sooner or later we should fix it. I mean, the United States should lead and fix it itself. But about the dispute settlement system, as you know, at the GATT system was a single, panel system. Now we have a two-tier kind of dispute. We have a higher court, appellate body. United States is not satisfied that the panel members, the judges, when they make a judgment, and they cannot add or diminish any kind of judgment made in a panel decision. They only add, they look at the procedures, like the Supreme Court is investigating. U.S. complaint is panelists selected from members. They are adding or excluding their own judgment. in the appellate body. So they are not satisfied. I'm not sure whether U.S. argument is really correct or not, but so they don't want to do it. They are blocked, choosing the judges for appellate body. There's no judges at the appellate body. So if somebody make a wrong, kind of violation of the law, some other country took it to the WTO case, panel discussion, panel finding could be made. But this, other countries said, I want to wait until appellate body, which means that you never have a final judgment. So as you said, to restore multilateral trading system of the WTO, we must restore somehow, with some other compromise, we must restore the dispute settlement system, which can make a legally binding decision. Otherwise, WTO will never be effective multilateral organization, which is very remote to see. This is my answer.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Any other question? Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Tina Hidesheli. I come from Georgia originally, but I'm a fellow at the Hitotsubashi University here. My question is basically sort of picking up your brain about the main topic of the previous session, whether we should put the geoeconomics on the central stage and there is no room for the geopolitics anymore as much as it is to be guided by the deal making and the agenda of that we hear from the White House constantly. And my question is, well, first of all, whether you agree with that or not, whether there is no room for the geopolitics anymore, and it's all about making deals, and it's all about transactional politics rather than thinking strategically, rather than diplomacy and, the type of activities we knew. And second of all, what is it that we've learned from either Russian war in Ukraine or the war in Iran that actually tells us that there is a geoeconomics to be put on the central stage? Did it work? Do we actually have the results putting deals on top of geopolitics, the results that we wanted? Do we have better world, safer world, cheaper world? Is the gas price down, up? What's your reaction to these dynamics of no room for traditional diplomacy anymore, and let's make deal and go away and move to another issue? Thank you.
So perhaps Professor Margaret, please.
No, we are not living in a better world. That's clear to everyone, and I don't think we are living in a world which is only dominated by geoeconomy. The mess, or the relative mess, is that we are in a world in which we still have geopolitics, we have geoeconomics, and we even have geography back, almost. So that's why we are in a complicated world. Then should we despair? Should we be no? Of course no. Do you ask me if we are in a better world? Of course no. But if you ask me, do I believe we will go into even worse world? My answer would be we have to do anything we can to avoid that, and that's what was my previous intervention in what any coalition should try and do. But the short answer is we are not in a world in which only geoeconomy works. We still have the other forces, including sometimes also diplomacy. That's the good note, and that's contribute to the confusion somehow, because we have different forces shaping the world.
Okay. Maybe we can have one or two more questions. Are there any other questions? Please.
This is Hiroaki Furuyama from ICE Corporation. Thank you for the good, interesting story. And I have one question about acting something as the middle power. This is mainly for the Paolo-san. Acting something as the middle power now is not good because the making someone in Washington mad is not good. This is pretty much understanding. But how about 3 years later? I mean, after he left the White House.
If you go to many seminars like this, then one of the critical questions is that what if when Trump is, stepped down and maybe new president from Republican or even Democrats, something will change? Many people's answer, political scientists' answer is no. Even though we have a new president of the United States, there will be not much changes. Maybe some styles and transactional kind of relationship kind of thing will be disappear, but still, U.S. will bully other countries with its own power. So this is what I'm saying. But Trump is now in China. I'm an economist. Maybe many of them are political scientists. We are worrying that if Trump met with Xi Jinping and made a big, kind of deal, buying more goods, that kind of stuff. But, Trump won also. Trump appears won. We are worrying about that kind of deal will be leaving the serious problem unresolved. In other words, as an economist, our biggest problem is overcapacity and overproduction. Somebody mentioned, not somebody, the Director General of WTO mentioned to Susan Schwab, saying that, what were you there many years ago? China is overproducing textiles and killing all the developing countries. Because developing countries were making textiles, but now China is eliminating all the possible suppliers. Now we are talking about advanced products. So what about developing countries? So we have to really seriously talk about how to deal with industrial subsidies by the government. We have some rules in the WTO. It's not enough. So United States, EU, Japan tried to do something, but they gave up. And then United States itself start to give subsidies. So I think my biggest concern is how to deal with overproduction by some big countries. We must resolve this. Yeah.
Can I say a word? No, I mean, of course, we cannot. That's a big question. I mean, it's recurrent everywhere. On one side, we should not be naive, because some of the weapons we are talking about were either kept or introduced also by Biden. IRA, to mention one. But let's close on a positive note. The next one cannot be worst, because the issue is not a change of style, but is to have some style back at the White House. And so that's my final hope in this session.
Yeah, thank you very much. We should be always hopeful about the future. And this is a lesson of the history. Of course, in the past, there are many tragedies, but human beings are always overcoming these difficulties. And we are not less than those people. I think we can overcome these difficulties, but at the same time, perhaps we need to fully understand the nature of structural problems, as Professor Buck implied. By understanding the nature of those structural problems, maybe we can much more effectively overcome those difficulties. Of course, leadership matters, but the combination of leadership and the structural problem actually caused the problems that we are now facing. So in that sense, the combination of the two, the leadership and also structural problems, maybe these are the essence of the problem that we are now seeing. And maybe I'd like to wrap up this session by asking you two for the final remarks, maybe 2 minutes or something, 3 minutes. So, Professor Park, do you have any final thoughts?
Yes, Korea, as I said, Korea was in a very sensitive situation. It's in terms of geographical location too. China and United States. Many people ask the government, "Are you choosing China or are you choosing United States?" It was very difficult. We actually applied the ambiguity approach. We don't declare I'm with China, I'm with we don't clearly declare that kind of positions, but we were trying to respect the universal values. Countries which share this universal values, which means liberal democracy, market economy, free trade, multilateral trading system, then we will join you, because that's the kind of our approach to deal with international trade and all kinds of things. So in a way, we don't have to declare I'm with China, I'm with the United States, I'm just with this universal value. But currently, this universal value is broken, especially by the big countries. So I think it's better to restore universal value among like-minded countries is the most urgent thing to do. This is my final remark.
Well, thank you very much. The most recent public opinion poll in Korea showed that the most popular foreign leader seems to be Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi. It's amazing because before the inauguration, many Koreans really feared the coming of right-wing conservative prime minister, but still the Prime Minister Takaichi maintains or strengthens much stronger relationship with Korea. A decade ago, when the Japan-ROK relationship was really at the bottom, I discussed how to overcome these difficulties with Professor Park Chol-hee. And he was also very, very optimistic about the future while understanding the nature of difficulties. So there are so many people in Korea who worked really hard to overcome difficulty. And I'm really thankful for those people. I know that in the United States as well, there are so many
young generations are in full support.
Who are working really hard to restore the trust and the credibility of American role in the world. And maybe we can be also hopeful for their role to restore American leadership in the world. So, Professor Magri.
I will be very, very short. I think, and also following up what you said, I think we should work together in enhancing universal values and respect for rules. Because I think what is, I'm not fond of an over-regulated word, but I'm scared by a word in which, in each field, you mentioned one, the WTO, but we may mention many others, rules are not even mentioned anymore, not say followed, mentioned anymore. So that would be my hope for the future, for the near future.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Thanks to two excellent panelists, as well as thanks to many, many good questions and comments from the floor. We could have a wonderful discussion. By thanking to panelists, I'd like to close this session. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much to all of our speakers. Please join me in giving them a warm round of applause. This concludes panel session 2. ご登壇の皆様、誠にありがとうございました。以上をもちましてパネルセッション2を終了とさせていただきます。We will now take a coffee break until 6:05 p.m. The program will resume at 6:05 p.m. and we kindly ask you to return to your seats on time. ここで18時5分までコーヒーブレイクとさせていただきます。次のプログラムは18時5分より再開いたします。お時間になりましたらお席にお戻りくださいますようお願いいたします。 Welcome back, everyone. Next on the agenda, we are delighted to begin our second keynote session. We are pleased to welcome to the stage Mr. Carl Bildt, co-chair of European Council on Foreign Relations and former Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs in Sweden. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Thank you very much, and it is truly a pleasure to come to Tokyo. I came from Italy, and weather was fairly good in Italy, has to be said, but it looks even more spectacular in Tokyo. So I look forward to the days here. Sorry that I missed a lot of the discussions that you've had. There are, of course, several reasons why issues of geoeconomics have emerged as important in the national and global policy debates during recent years. The most important of these is the increasing challenges that we see towards the challenges that we see to the open liberal global trading order that was established after World War II, which was key to the development of both Europe and Japan, not to mention others, during at least the last 8 decades. The setting up of the WTO in 1995 might, in retrospect, be seen as a crowning achievement of decades-long and successful efforts to set up institutions promoting and safeguarding a rules-based global trading order. Developments since then, and in particular during the last 2 decades, have unfortunately started to turn in a different direction. We see the rules increasingly being challenged, and we see the institutions safeguarding them increasingly being put into question. While China pursues mercantilist policies, the United States, particularly in the last few years, is pursuing a purely transactional approach to its trade relationship with countries around the world. And to this should, of course, be added the increasing weaponization of trade and economic relationships that we've seen during the last few decades and accelerating during the last few years. Once upon a time, when we discussed economic sanctions, they were supposed to be in the hands of the UN Security Council. But now, numerous actors, not only the United States, although they are the most prominent actor in this particular field, numerous actors now see them as a prime instrument of national foreign policy. And in a period when geopolitical conflicts and tensions and even wars are more prominent, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine and the US and Israeli attack on Iran, most notably, the number of sanctions and other coercive economic instruments deployed have accordingly been proliferating and proliferating heavily during the last few years. And another factor in development is, of course, that the global economy as a whole is in a phase of fundamental technological shift, and access to and control of the technologies that are critical to the ongoing transformation is increasingly seen as important not only for economic strength, but also for the political strength of the respective nations in the future. And when, in the next few days, the leaders of China and the United States sits down in Beijing, those issues will obviously be front and center of their discussions. The Americans restrict Chinese access to the most advanced semiconductors and other high technologies. And the Chinese restricts the US access to critical raw materials. They both, in nearly identical language, cite concern about dual civil-military use as the reason for their respective measures, although the motives that they employ, or the real motives they have, goes, in my opinion, often well beyond what they are saying. And unfortunately, I believe that these tendencies that we've seen during the last few years are likely to grow even stronger as we look ahead. While previously it was the control of energy flows, notably oil, that was seen as the key to global power, we have seen that it's still of some relevance, to put it rather mildly, with the blockage of the Strait of Hormuz, but is now increasingly the control of the advanced new technologies that are seen as the key to global power in the years ahead. In an age of artificial intelligence, of quantum computing, of robotics, of biotechnology, and of space presence, dominance of these technologies is dominance of the future. So, this being the case, which are then the policy conclusions that we should draw from these developments, unfortunate as I think they are? I think the first must be to preserve what can be preserved of the existing liberal global trading order. The European Union and Japan, to take these two significant actors, have an equally and profound interest in this. Reform of the WTO, in order to ensure its strength and survival, should be and are and is indeed high up on our mutual agenda. Despite the proliferation of preferential trade agreements and the recent moves by the US, it is a fact that most global trade still takes place on an MFN basis. And ensuring that this system, which is currently no doubt in a deep crisis, remains intact is essential for our security in general and for our economic security in particular. The second conclusion should be to develop deeper relationship with trusted partners. The EU, since years back, has a successful agreement with Japan and numerous other countries, but as recently, as you might have noted, taking significant new steps with far-reaching agreements with the Mercosur countries of Latin America, as well as with India, that took 17 years to negotiate, and Australia, who has some beef, held it up for quite some time, but now we are there. And I belong to those that was hinted at in the previous debate, those that advocate that we should enter, or at least develop a close alliance with the CPTPP as a whole. You can say that an alliance between a free and open Indo-Pacific and a free and open Europe would bring strength and benefits to us both. With the relationship with the United States becoming more unpredictable, a network of predictable partners, plurilateral or bilateral, around the globe becomes even more important. Last week saw the 7th high-level economic dialogue between Japan and the European Union, and it well illustrated the wide range of issues in these important relationships. Its conclusions talked about the mutual commitment to work together on enhancing supply chains, in particular strengthening complementarities and building resilient and secure markets in strategic products, mentioning critical minerals, that's often done these days, batteries of increasing significance to the electrification of our economies, clean tech, important, even more important by the day, clean energy, including offshore wind, hydrogen, solar, steel, robotics, biotech, defense, and space industry, a long list. And by working together in these and other areas, we mutually strengthen our respective economic security. But of prime importance is, of course, the strength of our respective economies in this age of turbulence and change. And we Europeans, that has to be said, have much to be done in order to improve our long-term growth prospects. Critical is to complete our single markets in areas like capital, energy, and services. Our de facto, not formal, but de facto, internal trade barriers are a fairly significant impediment to better growth prospects in the years ahead. And recently, that's the good news, the heads of state and governments of the EU have committed themselves to completing by the end of next year these particular measures on the single market. It has been said by them before, but I think it's more serious now. Now it's up to delivery. And of importance to us is also extending the geographical reach of our single market. The huge enlargement of the EU 2 decades ago brought not only vastly better prospect for the new members, that was fairly obvious, but also increased the prosperity of the old member states quite significantly. A larger market always brings larger possibility. And I'm certain that the addition of Ukraine and Moldova, as well as the remaining countries of the Western Balkans over time, will produce the same effect. An updated customs union with Turkey is another priority. And over time, I hope that the United Kingdom will overcome its trauma over Brexit. But in addition to the single market, it's also a question of improving funding for research and development. We must give our talent better possibilities and resources. And we must be better able to attract the talent of the world in a period when the US ability to do so seems to weaken. There is increasingly also talk of the need of industrial policies of different sorts, subsidies and regulations to protect and promote your own industry. I must confess that I belong to those advocating caution. I do not believe that we should compete with the Chinese by becoming Chinese. There is occasionally room for very targeted measures in very specific sectors, but we should not forget that the key to the success of the Chinese economy during its high growth decades, it wasn't state planning and it wasn't state subsidies. It was the removing of the old shackles and the unleashing of the entrepreneurial spirit of its people. And perhaps there are lessons here that can be learned also from Sweden. After a quarter of a century of different liberal reforms, we now have a surplus on the current account that is, in relative terms, bigger than China. We have become a leader in Europe in terms of startups. We top the innovation scoreboards. And we've had more IPOs during the last decade than France, Germany, the Netherlands, and Spain taken together. And we are a significantly smaller nation and economy than either of them. For us, economic security is primarily a strong European Union with stable relations with trusted partners around the world, and a private business sector with diversified supply chains and the agility to respond also to the unexpected. You can plan for the expected, and state structures can and must do that. But the unexpected can only be handled by the agility of the private sector. I think COVID and everything that we were exposed to during that period taught us that lesson, and we have to relearn it to some extent in the present somewhat difficult situation on the energy market. That being said, policies of what is often referred to as de-risking are also necessary. The term was originally used in connection with over-dependence or dangerous dependence on China. But now we are in the unfortunate situation that the term has to be used also in relationship to the United States. We are allies, security allies with the United States, but as we have learned, the present US administration isn't adverse to using instruments of economic coercion also against its allies. To conclude and sum up, geoeconomics has become as important as geopolitics in the world of increasing complexity, competition, and conflict, and of course, intertwined with it. We must preserve what can be preserved of the open and rules-based global order. We must develop networks of deep partnership with trusted partners. We must invest in our own economic resilience and strength. We must safeguard diversified and flexible supply chains. We must move decisively forward with the technologies of the future, and we must safeguard the agility of our economic actors in the face of the unexpected, a challenging but necessary agenda in these not uncomplicated times. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bildt. Now we will move on to a dialogue between Mr. Carl Bildt and Dr. Kazuto Suzuki, Director of IOG. Mr. Bildt, if you could please move to the stage left, and Dr. Suzuki, please take the stage.
Well, Mr. Bildt, thank you very much for your comprehensive and very thorough thoughts of what is geoeconomics, what is happening in the world, in Europe, and how we need to reply to those challenges. And I think there are a lot of wise consideration on how to deal with the current challenges. And I think your message about preserve what we can preserve is well noted, because I think this is something that we need to keep in mind, that not being, following the trends and, becoming like, competing in order to compete with, state capitalism. We don't have to be a state capitalism. I think we can continue maintaining our order and our ideas, and I think it is going to be somewhat confrontational, but at the same time, I think it is going to be very important that at the end of the day, the power-based order may not be sustainable, but the rule-based order may be. So I think I would like to start from this. How do you see the world where we want to preserve as the rule-based international order, but there are some countries that is not following the rule-based order, and how can we integrate those non-compliant countries into a rule-based order?
I don't know. And I would say that's not necessarily the priority either. We can speculate and make all sorts of theories of what's happening in the politics of the United States, but we simply don't know. They don't know themselves. But I think what we can do is to do what we can do, and that is developing relationships between trusted partners, be that the European Union and Japan and India and whatever. For all of the talk about what the Americans are doing, and they are the sort of fairly big economic actor, no need to stress anything else. But imports in the United States is affected by all of these types, only 13% of the combined imports in the global economy. The European Union is a far bigger export economy in the world than the United States. So I think what we should do, develop all of these other relationships, preserving the rules-based order between, it's not going to be multilateral with everyone, that's fairly obvious, but make it with as many as possible. And then hopefully, over time, the examples of this will lead them to start to reconsider their positions. I don't think there's very much we can do to change them now, but by our behavior and doing these things, I think we can create the conditions for something that is going to be first preserving things now, and then perhaps preparing for something tomorrow. That applies to the Chinese as well. Their mercantilism can bring a certain amount of short-term success, but I mean long-term, it's by following the rules that you can be very successful. And as I said, when China went through its high growth period, it was by, I mean, needless to say, as a less developed economy, they had certain advantages, but it was by adjusting to the global rules that they were able to grow as fast as they did. That lesson should have been learned as well.
Well, thank you very much. I think it is interesting that you mentioned both the United States and China, and now Mr. Trump is on the way to visit China, and probably after a few hours, everyone's talking about what is being discussed, what is being agreed between the United States and China. And probably, you know, when we talk about the rule-based international order and those two countries which are not really in compliance with the rule-based international order, so what kind of negotiation that they are going to take? You mentioned about the sort of a parity or some sort of a equilibrium that the United States restrict Chinese access to technology and the semiconductor inclusive, and also the China restricting the critical material. And does these restrictions or the geoeconomic power balance will be maintained, or is this going to change the dynamics between the United States, the U.S.-China relationship, which tend to be thought that as a rivalry, but it seems that they are on par because of this parity in the economic access?
Well, they are, of course, in rivalry, and it's primarily the race to be the leading high-tech nation of the world, where the Americans so far in the lead. But I mean, we have to recognize that the Chinese have been catching up in a very impressive way. And that sort of installs a lot of fear among the Americans. Then, of course, I think it was fairly obvious that the Americans underestimated the Chinese when Trump started his Liberation Day and whatever it was, because the Chinese started to play hardball very fast. I think you Japanese and we Europeans could have predicted that. But it seems to have been a surprise for Washington. And Washington had to back down quite substantially. And they are now, as you say, on a more equal footing, where it remains to be seen what they sort out in Beijing. Trump is, of course, he's a deal maker. He wants to make business. I think he will put a lot of priorities in making sort of important business deals for American companies when he goes there. It's not going to be the most strategic approach, but it's going to be a business approach. Sell as many Boeings as you can to prevent Airbus from selling their aircrafts, to put in those terms, and there will be a lot of that.
Yeah, I think this is certainly a business trip. If you look at the people who are traveling with Mr. Trump, you know, there are a number of the high-tech industry, the leaders of the high-tech businesses. So probably, you know, selling not just Boeing, but also, you know, variety of, you know, the tech services or AI. And probably it is, on the one hand, it is a rivalry and, you know, contesting in the tech area. But meanwhile, the United States see China as a very prospective market to cultivate in a tech field. So probably I think there will be the United States will have a dilemma
that whether on the one hand they want to restrict the top-notch technology, meanwhile they want to do the business on technology in China. So I think this is going to be somewhat a dilemma. And,
no, it is a dilemma, and there is, as you've seen in the ships debate, there's a vigorous debate in Washington. Some people say, deny the Chinese the high-end chips.
Yeah.
And some people, NVIDIA, say, no, give them everything, because it's better that China operates on American standards than they develop their own and go on Chinese standards, eventually export that standard to the rest of the world.
Right.
It's a not entirely uncomplicated argument, where most of the US security establishment and Biden administration was on the former position, and Trump personally seems to be more on the latter point, but remains to be seen.
I think that's an interesting point from a European perspective. For example, Europe was the leading leading player for introducing the decarbonization, the electric vehicles, and all these are now taken over by Chinese. So, do you think that the European standards are now being dominated by the Chinese technologies and the products?
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, solar power, solar cells is, needless to say, extremely important, but not necessarily that high tech. It's just that the Chinese have managed, by sort of access to raw materials and by very, very efficient production machinery, to dominate that. Wind power, the same, not necessarily high tech. I think we still dominate standards of, say, telecommunications. I mean, we have the Huawei's and the ZTE, they're catching up, but they're very good. But the world still operates on roughly the standards that have been set by sort of the Ericssons and the Nokias. And even if you go to the ships thing, where we tend to see this American, well, they're often designed in the US, but they're manufactured in Taiwan, and they are manufactured by European equipment. AMSL is the sole supplier in the world that can do the thing, selling to China the somewhat less advanced and some to the most advanced to Taiwan. And all of the world runs on chips that are manufactured by European machinery.
Yeah, so I think this is a part of the story of the globalization, the global supply chain, the international division of labor. Some countries are more competent in the particular technologies or products, and then, all together, one product like semiconductor will be produced in Taiwan, which is designed in the United States using the European and Japanese machines and the Korean material, and then produced in Taiwan. So probably this is the consequence of the globalization, and which is very difficult to detach or decouple.
Well, I mean, if you start to decouple it first, I don't think it's going to work. But when you try it, it's going to be extremely costly. And what we should do is, as said, to develop trusted relationship with as many as possible. I mean, there are things which are difficult. I mean, the Chinese have a hold on rare earth, not because they've got the rare earth, but they develop the processing of it. And we can try to catch up, the Americans and the Europeans, and we will try to do that, but it's got to take time.
Right.
No question about that. In other areas, we are fairly advanced. I mean, we should not underestimate, even if the Chinese have developed very rapidly an extremely efficient industrial production ecosystem. We should not give up. I mean, we have some high technology competences in Japan and the European Union that are very good. We have, by the way, Sweden, Japan have sort of now developed even closer relationship. Hitachi bought the ABB part that is doing high power transmissions, which is going to be enormously needed in the world today when you have electricity from the one country to say that from the European point of view, you produce solar power in North Africa, but you consume the electricity in Europe. Then you have the high power that used to be Swedish technology, is now Hitachi. It works very well. And now SoftBank is buying the robotics element of ABB, which is also in Sweden. Good thing. We are not complaining, on the contrary. We welcome this sort of fusion of Swedish and Japanese high technologies because we think that will be better possibility for the global markets.
Right. I'd like to switch the issue of what's on everyone's mind, which is the situation in the Middle East. Well, of course, Japan depends 94% of the oil from the Persian Gulf, and we are certainly facing sort of a very slow and soft panic with regard to what's going to happen in the future. And I know that you have a lot of experience of the mediations and the conflict resolution. How do you see that the current situation can be resolved? On the one hand, I think you have rightly mentioned that the United States and Israel used the military power against Iran, but meanwhile, Iran used the sort of Strait of Hormuz as the hostage of, taking the global economy as a hostage. So how do you resolve this asymmetric of the exercise of power?
Well, it is, as you say, it's asymmetric. There's no question the United States and Israel has an overwhelming military superiority. And they spent 37 days attacking 13,000 targets in Iran. But it didn't produce the desired political outcome. I mean, there are no examples that I know where air power alone can defeat a nation. You can destroy a lot, but you can't really have the political effect that you seek. So then he went for ceasefire, and that's been prolonged. And now we are in a phase of prolonged economic warfare, with the Iranians blocking the Strait of Hormuz and the Americans blocking access for the shipping to Iran. They both believe that they can win. It's a question who has the highest pain tolerance of them. The dilemma is, of course, that the pain in one case is to a large extent on the global economy. And in the global economy, primarily on the Asian economies, we are affected as well, but Asia is more affected than we Europeans so far. Can we exert some pressure on the Americans to say, hi, this is ludicrous, you're not going to succeed? I think we should. I think it is possible, to be precise, it is possible. There was an agreement, the JCPOA agreement, in 2015. And what is happening now is that Trump is trying to get the situation in the region back to what it was before he started bombing, opening up the Strait of Hormuz, and getting an agreement with the Iranians on the nuclear issue, which is going to be roughly the sort of agreement that was there in 2015 that he left in 2018. It's perfectly doable, but he will have to swallow very hard. Because it is to a large extent a mess that he created himself. And only he can get out of the mess he created himself. That is always a rather painful exercise, and not that sort of the personality that Mr. Trump is naturally inclined to, if I try to be slightly diplomatic.
Well, I admire your honesty, and I equally being honest. I think one of the reasons why Mr. Trump in first term that he left the JCPOA in 2018 was largely because he wants to do something better deal with Iran than President Obama. And President Trump wants to have something, some outcome that he wants to let's say, brag that he did something better than President Obama, so that he's better president. So is this something about his ego, his pride? Is this something that hinders the progress of the negotiation?
You think he has a big ego?
Yeah,
I mean, the simple answer to that particular question is yes, absolutely. As you say, he left the JCPOA, and then they initiated a policy of what they call maximum pressure on Iran. And say, by that pressure, we can bring down the regime and we can get a much better deal. Didn't work out. The Iranians, after a while, started to enrich again, and enrich quite a lot, enrich more, in order primarily, I think, to exert pressure on the Americans. There's no nuclear weapons program, there's no sight of that. And then they did force him into negotiations, which they wanted to. And for what we know about the negotiations that were there, both prior to the 12-day war and prior to this particular war, the Iranians went quite far in what they offered. But they have a couple of red lines, and where one red line is the right to enrichment. And I think sort of you can have a solution to that as well. I mean, you can give them the right to enrichment, but you defer and delay that for, and I understand they're haggling over 10 or 15 or 20 years. And if you do that, well, in 10, 15, 20 years, we don't know what the situation is be. So if we buy 10, 15, 20 years, that should be enough. But is it enough difference from JCPOA for Trump to be able to handle the domestic political debate where people are going to say, with justification, why on earth did you mess it up like this?
Yeah. So you need, I think it is possible and doable if you can give some exit to Mr. Trump, say that this is better and this is worth it to make a mess, all this, attack on Iran, all this, high gasoline prices. This is worth it because they get the, 10, 15, 20 years of the moratorium of, enrichment. And the question is, as the, the professional of the conflict mediator, who can talk to Mr. Trump like this idea? Is there anybody who can do that in Europe, or even Mr. Takaichi?
Well, it looks like those that are having access to him are at the moment the Pakistanis, the Qataris primarily. I think the Saudis are very strong in their views as well. And these are probably the voices that counts the most. I don't think there's any room for active EU diplomacy right now. And the Brits were in it for a while, but they have their own difficulties at the moment. I think after the acute phase of the conflict, I do think there is a substantial role for forward-leaning European diplomacy. We should not forget that, go back in the entire history of the Iranian nuclear trauma, after 2003, it was the Europeans that took the initiative and said to the Americans, we have to talk to the Iranians. It might be a nasty regime, it is a nasty regime as a matter of fact, but we have to talk to them. And the Americans were distinctly unhappy with that. They didn't like it when the Brits and the French and the Germans started to do that, and the then High Representative of the European Union, Javier Solana. But after some years, they came around to that particular position, and eventually we Europeans handed over to sort of direct talks between the Americans and the Iranians, and with the help of us, the Russians and the Chinese, has to be said, that produced the JCPOA. I do think that after the acute phase, we need to go back to that sort of trying to have more long-term deals with Iranians on other issues as well. Eventually, One would hope that the Iranian regime would moderate its behavior. I think they will be forced to that by the magnitude of the domestic issues that they will be facing in terms of economic and social issues. But I think we should sort of give up the illusion that we can bomb them into submission.
Right. So in the last 5 minutes, I'd like to ask about Japan. I think Ms. Takaichi has visited Vietnam and Australia and announced the updated free and open Indo-Pacific. You mentioned about the free and open Europe and the free and open Indo-Pacific can work together and to create the deepening relationship of the trusted partner. So how do you evaluate the job of Prime Minister Takaichi, and how you think that Japan and Europe can work together? I mean, you mentioned about the technological cooperation, you know, AI, quantum, biospace. But beyond that, I think there is always the question of how can Japan and Europe work to build up more security cooperation? Is there any idea for that?
Well, there are things that we can do, but I mean, first has to be said that we have a very good relationship. A very far-reaching agreement. I was here a couple of times last year, and it was sort of difficult to find anything that could be seen as a problem. Everything was working rather well, and I think we have seen, as I mentioned, with these two particular examples that I mentioned, I mean, we've seen a deepening of industrial cooperation between Japan and different European countries. Sweden was one example, but there are numerous others. And the high-level dialogue that was here was in Brussels, as a matter of fact, of course, went into a lot of the details of what can be done in different areas. On the overall rules-based things, I think we can probably do more. As I said, I think we Europeans should have some sort of link up with the CPTPP. Can we be members of it? In my opinion, that should be possible. But there are some of the trade doctrinaires in Brussels that say there are some issues that are somewhat tricky. Well, we can sort out that. If the Brits can do it, we can do it. In security, yes, I think we have increasing links of different sorts, be that on the defense technology side and be that on the other side. I mean, talking about Sweden, we had our defense minister here half a year ago, discussing different things that can be done together in a way that was hardly possible before, but because the policies of Japan is changing, and that is creating new opportunities.
Yeah, I think as a Swede, one of the surprising element a couple of years ago was the Sweden's accession to NATO and to leave from the traditional neutrality for 200 years and then move to the, join the alliance. And this is largely because of the war in Ukraine and, the threats coming from the East. So how Japan can and Europe work together to support the European position in the war in Ukraine? And I mean, of course, Japan has very limited experience and legal capabilities to support directly to Ukraine, and there are a number of constraints, and of course the distance also matters. So
well, Japan has been supportive, financially supportive. Yeah. And that has been highly appreciated. And Japan has also been politically supportive. I remember former Prime Minister Kishida, when he had a speech to the US Congress, he said very clearly that Ukraine today could be Asia tomorrow, in order to bring that position to the US lawmakers. And that was, from the European point of view, extremely helpful. And it also showed that sort of we are There is a distance. I'm coming from a long flight. There's a distance between Japan and Europe, obviously, in geographic terms. But in the geopolitical world, we have complexities and challenges that are not too dissimilar. Right. We have the same neighbor. I mean, you are a neighbor of Russia with a not entirely uncomplicated relationships. And there could well be, as Prime Minister Kishida pointed out, a relationship with sort of conflicts at our end of the Eurasian continent and conflicts on your end of the Eurasian continent. And that calls for a more intensified dialogue on security issues between us, and than I think was the case before.
Right, Mr. Corbiot, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we can talk all day about the various things.
Yeah, but the problem is that everyone will leave.
Yeah, so. I know that. But we thank you for your very thoughtful comments and depth of your thought. And I think they are very interesting and inspiring ideas that is coming from your mouth, and I think it was it was honor for us to invite you as the guest speaker and fireside.
Thank you. The honor was on my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bilt and Dr. Suzuki, for that insightful discussion. As we reach the end of today's program, I would like to ask Dr. Suzuki to come to the podium to deliver today's closing remarks. Dr. Suzuki, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. And I know that it's been a long day, although we started from 2 o'clock, so it's still been less than 5 hours. But it seems that it's been very dense and very exciting. And I think, the time flies, when you are very much concentrated. I'd like to thank all the partners of our IOG, the 47 companies which are the member of the IOG, which is the basis of the support of our activities. And without this help, we cannot hold this meeting or we cannot do anything. So I sincerely thank all the members of the companies for your support. And I think this is the very much of the opportunities that we are openly thanking you. By the way, we are currently having the 47 member companies, but last year, the first year that we started this Geoeconomics Summit in 2024, it was only 37. So we are increasing the number of support. And please, if you have not been the member, please do apply. Also, for this particular event, we have support from 4 different sponsors: Brunswick Group LLC, Anderson Mori and Tomotsune, Strider Technologies Japan, and PwC Japan LLC. I thank for all the partners. You see all the banners and the movies of representing those companies that sponsor this event, and we are very much thankful. Without the support, we could not have this nice venue, and we could not have the translations and all these translations under the screen. So it is our it is our honor to have those support. And also we are very much happy and very thankful for the Doha Forum. Mr. Saleh Abdullah Al-Mana was sort of an invitees based on our cooperation with the Doha round. We are now having the
Institute of Geoeconomics and the Doha Round having institutional relationship and exchanging the sort of a forum, what we call the forum exchange, so that our staff will be participating in a Doha forum, and meanwhile the Doha forum staff will suggest the speakers to our forum. So we were very beneficial because we were able to have Mr. Saleh Abdullah Almana, who was Assistant Undersecretary of the Commerce in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry of Qatar. So I thank Doha Forum for our support, and again, we are extending these international networks and try to invite as many people as possible. Today, we hold this meeting, and tomorrow there are trilateral commissions. The International House of Japan, which is, we are a part of the International House, and International House of Japan plays a role of the Secretariat of the Trilateral Commission, which will be held tomorrow and the day after. And thankful for the coordination between the Trilateral Commission Secretariat and ourselves. We are also able to invite those participants coming to this forum. So I also thank the Secretariat of the Trilateral Commission. And finally, I'd like to thank all the staff of the Institute of Geoeconomics, the Secretary General, Ms. Kasumi Yamazaki, and many others who supported this big event and to make it happen. And I think we haven't finished yet. We are going to have a reception afterwards, so it's all inclusive, but our staff has worked very hard to make it happen and had a very wonderful reception afterwards. So please enjoy the reception. So with that due, I'd like to thank all of you to participate and watch online for our third Geoeconomic Summit, and the more to come. So please please watch our space, and please join the next round. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suzuki. Once again, please give him a big round of applause. This concludes today's event. I would like to thank everyone here in attendance today for your participation. Following this session, we will be hosting a dinner reception in the room next door. Dinner will be served shortly, so we invite you to make your way to the neighboring room at your convenience. 本日のフォーラムは以上で終了となります。本日はご参加いただき誠にありがとうございました。この後、隣の会場にてディナーレセプションを予定しております。お食事がご用意されておりますので、どうぞお隣のお部屋へご移動ください。If you made use of the interpretation receivers, please leave them on the table before you leave. また本日お使いいただきました同時通訳レシーバーはお席に置いておいていただけますようお願いいたします。We are conducting a survey to gather your feedback on today's forum. We kindly request that you please take a moment to respond to the survey using the QR code available in your program or on the screen at the front of the room. As you make your way to the doors, we kindly ask you to double-check your personal belongings to avoid leaving anything behind. Additionally, if you made use of the interpretation receivers, please leave them on the table before you leave. Thank you very much for coming today, and we look forward to seeing you at future IOG events. 本日のフォーラムに関するご感想についてアンケートを実施しております。 お手元のプログラムまたは前方スクリーンの QR コードからご回答いただけますようご協力をお願い申し上げます。お帰りの際は今一度お忘れ物などないかご確認いただけますと幸いです。また本日ご使用いただきました同時通訳レシーバーはお席に置いてお帰りくださいませ。必ずご返却のいただきますようご協力をお願い申し上げます。